welcome back to the Everwind Chronicles. We're on episode 64. I'm Doug, your dungeon master, and we are a group of friends and storytellers telling you a story through Dungeons and Dragons. So the party successfully defended the capital city of Elduin from a gigantic skeleton and its in a surrounding army of undead after it attacked the city, unleashing a veritable rain of shadow creatures and other undead on the city. Uh, the party was able to hold it at bay long enough for a member of Morin, the goddess of the dead's personal guard, to cast a spell, successfully defeating it, and thus the entire rest of the undead army that was apparently operating off of its power. So then the party had some matters to attend to in the aftermath, as they wrapped up matters, attended court where Lord Greenwood was eventually named the new king after the old King Gethrin stepped down due to even he realizing that a king can only make so many mistakes, and arriving back in the city to booze and thrown vegetables and all kinds of other unwelcome things, he decided to finally step down, and Lord Greenwood was made the new king. After some other antics involving gambling with among the nobility, they're informed that Sister Kiri is standing out in the snow for a long time, and they went and had a very serious conversation with her where she decided to leave and try to become stronger, and then found out that Stoic had given up children in service to a devil, and had a very intense conversation with him, including a slap to the face. But then basically says she'll stick around for a few days to give him time to think, and if he wants a way out, she might be able to help. The party is also invited to Lord Greenwood's estate, where he is going briefly to wrap up some matters at his home before taking the throne and living in Elduin full time. He invites the party to his house for a feast the next day to thank them and other special guests, to basically thank them for everything that's been happening these last 6 months or so, and a few months for the party. So the party finishes and wraps up their business in Elduin and departs, and eventually they travel their way, and as the sun is setting and almost gone, they run into a figure on the side of the road that turns out to be Alton, the head servant of Lady Enthress, another powerful noble that they've had some dealings with and run some missions for, and were house sitting for, which is why they were in Elduin for the attack. And he greets them and tells the party that his mistress would like to invite them to dinner, and in exchange would give them a truth and 2 stories. And so there, in that almost complete nighttime at the night, is where we're going to pick things up. So you find yourself there, standing before Alton as he's made this offer, and he awaits your reply.
Am I still sneaky?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna stay in sneaky and just wait until the guys tell me what to do.
Okay.
Hey, I'll say to Alton, "Oh, okay. Is she nearby? What's the plan here?"
Yes, she's nearby. If you would follow me.
I guess we're going, guys. We doing this?
I'll do an insight check if I can.
Okay.
Just 'cause it's a little out of the blue. All right. That's not very good. Insight involves wisdom. That is a solid 12. It's above average.
I mean, you get the impression he is extremely professional and handles things. He's very experienced at handling things with grace, kind of no matter what's happening. So it's kind of hard to tell.
Okay.
He doesn't seem to be actively deceiving you, but it's kind of hard to tell.
Okay. Fair enough. I'll continue.
I guess our horses will be fine here.
In that moment, I just like pop out of hiding. I'm like, you bring Keshi with us. Hello.
Good evening, madam.
Good evening.
You
And
may
I'm just
bring
gonna-
them with you if you wish.
I just grab Keshi's reins and I just start walking.
Yeah,
We shall accompany you.
he kind of bows his head and turns and starts walking down a little bit of a game trail leading off of the road that you might not have noticed if he hadn't been leading you that way. But he leads you a ways off of the road as the snowfall kind of slows down to just a little bit of a flurry, not heavy snowfall anymore. Which you find yourself walking, and he waits and he actually directs you to move forward a little bit, and then you watch as he walks backwards towards you and picks up a branch and stoops down to sort of brush out the snow behind you, so that it's not evident that people went off of the road. He says, "Pardon me," and turns to the front of the line and continues to lead you as nighttime falls, and a quieter night now that it's snow and a lot of insects and animals have retreated in the face of winter. But you still hear a slight breeze kind of creaking through the woods as you make your way forward. Eventually, you find yourselves in front of not so much a clearing as really just a handful of feet of empty space underneath a tree, where what looks like a small one-man, almost burlap tent, brown tent, is set up. And he walks over to it and stoops down, and he picks up the flap of the tent and then stands to the side and says, "If you will."
What,
To the boys.
I don't know if we're all going to fit in there.
Oh, I do. I recognize what this is. Doug.
Roll an Arcana check.
Yeah, I think I know what this is.
It's a Harry Potter tent. That's what this is.
I rolled a 16.
You're pretty sure you know what this is.
And I waltz right in. It's like, come on, guys, and peasants over here, yeah? And I just walk right in.
We've done crazier things with a lot less, so
All right.
Well,
walk right on in.
just be ready for me to sit in somebody's lap to make space, I guess. And I'm just crawl in.
As you do, you see as he holds the tent open, it looks like a really dark interior of what looks like a small tent, but it's really dark and you can't see all the way back. As soon as you cross in, the darkness lifts and you find yourself kind of blinking momentarily at candles and torchlight as you suddenly are able to stand up and find yourself within what looks almost like a small circus tent. It's a very sizable tent inside. It still looks like a tent, but inside you see a long table with ornate chairs sat right in the middle, and you see off to the side you see a table with some various vegetables and fruit and a few different drinks, and you see a fire pit off to the side with some meat roasting on it on a spit over the top, and you see another like kind of small kiln which you smell fresh bread seemingly being baked. All kind of underneath, on top of a large kind of dark red plush rug that's been set up as for the ground. And there at the end of the table you see sitting like someone out of a painting, that flawless beauty of Lady Enthress, as she rises gently and she says, "My, what a coincidence meeting you all here."
It's bigger on the inside.
Rather observant of you.
It is.
Please,
Quite
come.
fascinating.
Yes, it was not cheap, but it allows me to travel in some amount of comfort while remaining inconspicuous. But come, sit down and join me. Allow me to invite you to, shall we call it an appetizer, to your big dinner.
Wherever Stoic sits, I am sitting directly opposite him.
Okay. As you what'd you say?
So as I sit down, I go, and what big dinner are you talking about?
And she stops you for a second as you start to pull out your chair and everything, and she says, these are interesting times. I find it puts me in a bit of a nostalgic mood. What say we do something a little old-fashioned and swear an oath of guests? Like in the old tradition. I'm sure you're familiar.
Not my old tradition.
Easy. Actually, you would be familiar with this. It originated in Vesperwind, long ago, and it's still used, but usually among upper class people.
Gotcha.
Kind of viewed as a little bit pretentious among the middle and lower classes, and not really a big deal. But it's among the upper class. It is taken pretty seriously.
Gotcha.
It's basically an agreement of like the host is taking you into their protection, and you agree to like keep the peace, so to speak, and take care of each other until dawn.
Gotcha. Okay.
And she says, "Repeat after me." Well, no, you don't repeat the whole thing. But as your hostess, I enter an oath with you, my guests, that neither me nor my house, nor you as my guest, shall cause or allow any harm to come to one another until dawn. Thus do I swear. You repeat the last part.
Sure, but before I start swearing things, this agreement is really only between your house and us. What if someone who is not of your house walks in? Does the peace remain?
But I suppose it would be both of our responsibility to protect each other.
I hold you to that. And I definitely want to insight check her.
Do it.
What's my insight? It is not the highest because I'm not the wisest. 11.
11?
Yeah.
I mean, it's Lady Enthress. Like, you know, she
so
seems
charismatic.
half playful, half serious. Like, you know, it's you just always have a hard time knowing what she's really thinking.
Boys?
I just look over at Easy. You've done this. This is nothing like bewitching or something.
Oh no!
No more secret contracts.
No, this is perfectly as normal within the upper class in my own time, yeah. But you know, you just grab a drink, you say whatever, you sip the wine, and you're good to go.
It's not.
Don't easy fun. Like, okay, you can't do any funny business, y'all. Just regular business. Like no, you know, no blood spill, yeah.
Hear her kind of,
It's an honor code, yeah.
and she kind of chuckles and says, and like repeats, bewitching. My dear bear, do you think I'm a witch?
No, but I know you have powerful friends and a way with words, and I've taken one oath, and I don't mean to take another one.
Hmm.
But if it's about keeping the peace, I can keep the peace for a night. I don't wish you any ill harm anyway, so I can abide by your rules.
And all we have to say
And I
is,
promise.
thus do we swear. That's all we.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I promise not to spill any blood unless they ask for it.
Thus do I swear.
Thus
What
do
you
I
said.
swear.
Yeah.
What happens if I swear and then I make a mistake? I've had some really bad experiences.
Stoic, my love. I will make sure you are okay.
I promise I will not attack you or your household tonight.
Excellent. Have a seat. Sometimes it's important to fall back on tradition. Sometimes it's important. Now, you'll have to excuse me. I'm not able to provide you quite as ornate a dinner as I normally would, being traveling on the road. But I assure you, the meat is good, the bread is fresh, and we do have some other small bits of food that we can offer. We also do have hot cider, as befitting such wintry weather.
I immediately am just like, yes, I want all the hot beverages in my bones.
You see Alton kind of quickly starts like putting the plates in front of you with the different, couple of like large loaves of bread and meat that kind of looks like venison. You know, you're not sure for sure, but it smells like venison. As well as, you know, some fruits and just kind of a smaller selection than you've seen before with dinners with her, but some cheese and it is far nicer than what you would typically eat on the road, but it's also far reduced from what you've experienced with dinner before with her before.
I was expecting tack tonight, so this is a significant improvement.
I do have to say I'm a bit jealous. I hired you to house at Redfeather Manor after all, and here you are running off to some party for another lord.
Well, protected.
Yes, you do have protection at the home. We did not leave it wanting.
Oh?
Your man from Lessa.
Fresh.
Yes, fresh.
I'm glad to see he and his men made it.
He made it.
I see. And did you experience any trouble?
Trouble is a word you could use. Yes.
100-foot skeleton considered trouble.
Yeah.
And the horde of 200 plus skeletons and these crazy whispered shadow things. And creepy spinny spindle fingers. Yes, lots of terrible things.
Yes, that. I did receive word that you were victorious, however, in your defense.
You're welcome.
Indeed, much thanks are due. You find yourselves the heroes of Carandia yet again.
There was still much that was lost.
Tell me, are the rumors really true? Did Moran's personal guard truly show up in Everwind?
Well, you see, the thing is, the whole night is supposed to be a truth in two stories, yes? So, who is the truth and who is the stories?
Well, I suppose right now, if you're telling me the truth, then that's a good start.
So we get the truth back from you.
That is the intent. What were they like? His personal guard.
Enigmatic.
A little stoic.
Dead but not dead? But not undead?
Powerful.
I suppose I should expect nothing less of the Sable Guard. Though it's unexpected they show up themselves. Though it certainly makes sense considering everything that's been going on. I imagine it was only a matter of time before they showed up. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. Perhaps there was more I could have done to rally defenses, at very least persuade the other members of my very tiny monk order to fight.
Well, one of your order did.
Really?
Yes. I forgot her name. Lady, I wrote it down, but then Duchess, is it Windra?
Windra.
Yes. Windra, actually, was out on the front, well, the secondary lines inside the city walls.
You're kidding.
No?
No.
What a noble fool.
Yes.
Yes.
So, is the reason you had us swear no violence? Kind of curious. Why do you say they were bound to show up? As if you knew what was coming our way. I mean, you did seem to make yourself out of town. You don't seem surprised.
In truth, I knew nothing about the Sable Guard except what I've read in books, and that they've only showed up in times of great violation, shall we say, of the order of things with Moran.
You seem to have been expecting something, as if you knew this violation was going to happen.
I would be lying if I said I didn't, but we'll get to that. Did you say my house is all right?
Yes. There was some looting in the city during the battle, but I made sure that yours was overlooked.
Looting, you say? That's inconvenient, but as long as it's only material things, I can deal with that.
I cannot speak to what else was taken, though, before. And I'm gonna take out the note from the guy that came to the house, the ninja guys. Unfortunately, we were not... Yeah, unfortunately, we were not in the home long when a group of individuals snuck into the house. Well-skilled. Far beyond anything I have ever seen. And we were all quickly outmatched by them. They did leave. With what, I do not know.
I truly doubt they took anything, if much. I did not think they would attack if I left.
Who are they?
Assassins.
Yes, I
Private
gathered this
swords.
much. But from whom?
someone.
From where?
Someone who I'm afraid is not happy with me after your trial. That's
Because
why
you
I
were
couldn't-
outed.
It was only a matter of time. I've been playing a very dangerous game. As have you.
Seems like
game
we
are
don't
you
know all the
playing?
players.
It has been very strange, but tell me, how did you manage to mount a defense of the city with the army gone?
Honestly, you should talk to the boys. They are stratagems of a surprising nature.
Given quite a few answers already, I don't feel like we're getting much in return.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you would care to share how you knew the attack was coming before we continue.
And who you've upset.
Oh, you're so impatient. Don't you know anything about how these dinners are supposed to go? We're supposed to make light conversation and work our way up.
The defense of Elduin is light conversation. The
Well, then-
slaughter of innocence is light conversation.
Then perhaps we can talk about how winter came early this year. Usually don't see snowfall this early.
True.
I want you two things. One, I want you guys, all of you, to roll an insight check that we're going to use basically
Oh,
for this
no.
conversation.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say initiative. I was like, wait a minute.
Wait.
Wait a minute, you said no fighting! Gosh darn it!
The table was a mimic.
Oh, this
Take
dice.
my-
Honestly, that would be what the evening would turn into. We like the whole tent is a mimic, but it's a mimic within a dimension. So
Oh my gosh.
we're being swallowed, but we're inside a pocket dimension inside the mimic.
Computer.
We're still in the same day, right? As the battle. That's still
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we only had
So,
just a short rest.
Valen, you need to roll a disadvantage.
Okie dokie.
I still want to know what this disadvantage
Okay.
is.
It wasn't that much worse.
And for the record, I missed one. You were supposed to roll disadvantage on the investigation check of the giant skeleton, but I missed it, so we're just gonna not count it.
Oh,
Wasn't
Did
it? Oh,
That should have happened too.
Did I do an investigation
Huh?
check of the skeleton?
I believe
not
so.
you.
No,
I was-
No, it was me.
yeah, I
It
was
was
in the
me and
wall.
Stoic.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, then
yeah,
never
he was
mind.
way too far away from that.
There
thing.
might have been something else that I it's probably not the first ability check I
You did
yeah.
roll something. I don't
Yeah.
remember what it was.
Yeah, whatever it was. It was
Well,
supposed
the
to be
universe
this.
was kind to you that day.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Not the way
Alright,
my
so-
dice have been rolling. Mm-mm.
So,
Yeah.
Valen, what'd you get?
9.
Stoic?
20.
20.
Not a
Bear.
nap, but 30-20.
Okay. Bear.
9.
Asura.
6.
And Easy.
A 20 as well. Not natural.
Wow.
Oh,
Look
shit.
at that.
Good job, team.
2 dirty 20s.
Okay, boys.
Wait, half-half.
There it is.
Twitter twins. Former insight.
The poor-
Yes.
Yeah.
So she goes through a period of conversation here with you guys where she keeps sort of elegantly steering the conversation to just catching up and like news and like asking about the road and your equipment and all kind of, like different things and in Stoic and Easy, you start to realize you start to get the just very subtle impression that she's stalling.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that she is doing something, like even letting on that in a sort of clumsy way is like unusual.
Right.
And eventually there's a sort of lull in the conversation as you guys fall silent and continue to eat, and you see her like kind of take her goblet up to her mouth and then stop as she sort of peers over the glass at you guys with these beautiful eyes, and she says quietly, "Do you trust me?"
Not at all.
I am predisposed to trust attractive women, but that puts me on guard.
I can say that
taking a long time to get what you want to get at, Fräulein. So no, not today. In the past, yeah.
Is it important that we trust you?
Well, it's an interesting way to phrase the question. Suffice it to say that you would be fools to. I admit I am, and it is no ego to say that I am quite gifted with deception and persuasion. Did you know that I was actually the slowest in all of my extended family to learn how to speak? I had trouble with the words. I had trouble putting sentences together and putting my thoughts into coherence. I told too much or too little. I tended to speak simply and directly, always honest. In short, everything a noble of our stature should not be. My parents hated me for it. My long existence of being forgotten and ignored was only occasionally interrupted with displays of disapproval that most would find distasteful. My family often threw parties at our estate, but I was not allowed to attend. My speech, my directness, my honesty, they were all unacceptable to my father and mother, who regarded them something akin to cave drawings of an ogre compared to the art of aristocratic speech. I remember those nights. So many important guests, so many beautiful people. The best entertainment, the richest food, the most elegant dancing. Nights where I would carefully select a gown, spend far too long making myself as pretty as I could, and then watching from the balcony, pretending to be a part of that world. Dancing by myself, imagining the conversations I would have, delighting people with my charisma, all while my father glowed with approval from the corner of his eye as he spoke with his guests. But that would never happen. I did dedicate myself to learning the arts of speech, to learning how to paint words with my tongue. I hired sages and bards, scribes and orators, professors and politicians. If my tongue were so ugly, I would coat it with the finest of silver. But even as I worked and improved, my parents never acknowledged progress. They never praised it. It was never enough. Sometimes there were moments where they seemed to forget their hatred and reacted like I was a normal person. But they always remembered in short order. Of course, in a book, there would be some sort of grand speech or a performance or a critical moment of negotiation where the protagonist would speak up or step up and save the day. Something that finally drew their attention to their growth, but this isn't a book. And when I was 16, my parents died. And I never got to save the day. I never got to see the look of approval I so craved. And every now and then, even still, when I entertain, when I dance or negotiate or flirt or tell jokes, I can feel his disapproval from somewhere nearby. I apologize. I'm sure you're not interested in the sob stories of an aristocrat. I suppose I still like to fantasize about things like friendship and approval. So I was curious to know what you thought. before I was alone again. She kind of gets this sort of distant look in her eyes as Alton, who's been kind of standing a little bit behind her, steps up and puts a hand on her shoulder, and she looks up at him and says, I know. She says, Alton came to our house when I was 4. I didn't like him very much, but he might be the most patient man in all of Everwind. That patience won me over. Now he's the only one that I trust with all my darkest secrets. Tonight, that very small circle is going to expand, at least for the secrets that matter, the worst ones. I promised you a truth and 2 stories. She glances up again at Alton, and Alton kind of nods his head in a sort of gentle encouragement, and she sighs slowly, and she says, very well then. We'll start with the truth. And you are surprised to hear a slight tremble in her voice. And she says, Dear Easy, or Stoic, do either of you know how to dispel magic?
Not anymore.
I seen and heard of the spell, but I have not dedicated the time to learn it.
I take that back. I do, actually.
Would you be so kind? I'd like you to do so. On me.
Okay. I will cast Dispel Magic.
You give it your all.
Sir is definitely has itchy fingers to touch her weapons, just in case. Just in case.
Level 4.
Oh my god.
Do give it your all. It's very strong magic.
Well, level 4 is all I've got to give. So, choose one creature, magic effect. Make an ability check using spellcasting ability. Is that only if she's fighting me, or is that just to cast a spell in general?
Cast it in general.
Okay, so DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. Check this. I don't quite know if I understand it. Does the DC equals 10 plus spell's level?
Yeah, you
So
don't know what you're.
That's
trying
on
to
your
do.
end,
Yeah,
right? Okay.
Yeah, you don't know what you're trying to
Yeah.
do. You just need to roll.
Just rolling and
with your
adding it.
spellcasting modifier, and let me know what you got.
Okay. That's an 18 plus stuff. Dude, I made 3 rolls with this dice, and it was a nat 20, and this is my second 18.
Nice.
I don't know how long this is
Wow.
going to last, but this dice is very, very nice.
Key to the
That's
story.
total?
Notes.
My modifier is plus 3, so that
It's 21.
21.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
So as you reach inside and grasp at that power, and you put your hand out and you make the gestures and the relevant actions and release the power in her direction, she sits up straight and closes her eyes, and she takes a deep breath, and then you see her shoulders sort of droop a little bit slightly as she seems to kind of relax into it. And you almost feel like your eyes are playing tricks on you, because her skin is fair, like already sort of porcelain-esque, but somehow seems to be getting even paler. You see, after she finishes taking that deep breath, she pauses for a moment, and then she slowly opens her eyes. Her eyes that are no longer the color they were, but now a dark reddish purple. As she takes another sort of trembling breath and then opens her mouth to let it out in another sigh, you see two long fangs.
Oh no! Oh no, Stoic! Oh no!
Is she a dragon?
No, I think she's
Vampire.
like vampire.
I think she's a vampire.
Ooh.
That one would be a vampire.
I immediately like reach over the table to go for Stoic.
Very barely holding back.
I'm like gripping whatever I can grab of your shirt sleeve. I'm like gripping onto it.
You do that, and then you look back at her as you just see this sort of sad smile on her face. As you see, Alton looks like clearly nervous and like is just like watching you guys to see your reaction. And I don't blame you for that reaction.
So this entire time?
Well over 2 years.
When were you turned?
Shall I tell you the first story then?
Sure. And I'm just gonna slowly walk around the table, like away from her to the other side, and like basically like have my hands on Stoic and like basically get him to sit down. I don't know if he stood up, but whatever I'm like basically like getting him to like relax.
So you see her eyes are just kind of downcast on the table. But you also recognize this is probably the first time you've seen her look down. Like, she is always just looking at the people around her, and even if she's looking up, it's like a playful thing, or like a pretending to think about something or something like that. It's like all very intentional but very confident. And it's like this is the first time you're seeing, for lack of a better word, meekness and sadness out of her. And as you take your seat in that sort of awkward silence, she says, I come from a family that is very important among Krondian nobility, but we also have ancestry from Bloodpool. My grandfather was from Bloodpool, allegedly a descendant of some powerful vampires in history. Of course, vampires are supposedly long gone from Bloodpool, but rumors like that tend to persist for entertainment purposes among the wealthy and bored. And I think he liked it. It made people a bit nervous around him, which he used in negotiations. In any case, after my parents died, I became the head of the family and new Duchess of Lesser. I began employing my newfound skills at court, the skills I told you I learned earlier. I learned quickly and had a knack for the subtleties of human nature and communication. And before long, circumstances turned, and I was made governess of Valgard. Lady Enthress does have a much nicer sound than Duchess Enthress, after all. Unfortunately, my success attracted the attention of someone who had ambitions that no one knew about. And I was invited to a dinner. I won't bore you with the details, but this particular dinner was different. At this dinner was a guest named Indwick Venasius, a vampire, as I would come to learn. A vampire who spoke openly at the dinner table about his activities, bragged about his raids and how he left no survivors, dwelling only in legend and mystery. He reveled in his brutality. I remember his look of sickening glee as he told us about his most recent raid, how he had just arrived from the World Thorns, where he had wiped out an entire temple of children.
I immediately, like, my fingernails, like, grip into Stoic's shoulders.
You're muted.
He's not doing very well right now.
Yep, no, I know.
He's not attacking, but there's like visible claw marks in the table.
I attempted to excuse myself from that dinner quickly, but our host made it very clear that I was not to leave. Then, at the end of dinner, the host kindly asked Indwick to turn me. The obvious was true, of course. A governess is a powerful weapon in the wrong hands. But our host also had a certain obsession with bloodlines, believing that my blood, as a descendant of a powerful line of vampires, may produce an especially powerful servant. There are certain magics that can take advantage of such things. So, Indwick turned me. I could feel my soul, my very essence, leaving while I remained behind. You have no idea the emptiness, the profound wrongness of a soul being half in and half out. A soul meant to be passed on but drugged here where it does not belong. A crime against nature itself. Do you know why the undead are almost uniformly violent toward anything it comes into contact with? It's not the natural order of things. When a soul dies, it is meant to depart, to go before Morin and be judged, and then on to whatever destiny is meant for it. But when a soul is returned to the physical, it is pure torment. It is a wrong on such a level as to... Well, I'm not sure soul can go mad, but it reacts with such anger, such pain, such desperation, such uncontrollable lashing out that it is no longer the true soul it was. It's reduced to the spiritual equivalent of a rabid animal raging in pure hysteria. Even if they seem calm or rational, perhaps even charming or even good, I can assure you they are a raging volcano of violence inside. That was me. Chaos inside and out. Genuinely something else. A being of pure desire and corruption. They say the undead are undead, but they're more like demons. There are some more powerful forms who can control it and focus it, as I managed to do for a while. But the chaos is still there, like an unquenchable flame. Genuine hatred for all things. It's any sense of what you were is gone, and all that's left is abomination. And if the magic is just right, a slave. And that was the state of me for years. For 2 years I was enslaved. 2 years I did evil things without choice or question. I became one of their most effective servants. The closest confidant. I did such horrible things. And then, some 6 months ago, I had the strangest dream. A dream of some great power that could be mine if I went to a certain road at a certain time. I still don't know what compelled me at the time, but I went. And that's when I met her. I don't know who she was, what she was, but she came to me. She spoke to me. She looked into my eyes and I saw myself. I saw that somewhere deep down, far, far below the strife and anguish, and all the things wrong with my soul, there was still something of me left. Something good. She asked me what I wanted. She told me that to get it would cost me. That some things cannot be undone and everything has a cost. And I told her I would do anything, pay any price to have that small piece of me restored, to be myself again, to have a chance, just even a small one, to be someone who could do at least a little good with whatever was left of my soul. So she took out a dagger. Now it was more like a shard of something, long and sharp, like dark glass, and stabbed me in the heart. It was very painful, but I had not felt warmth since I was turned. And I felt warm. I felt my spirit being restored. I could feel it rushing in. I could feel the pieces being put back together, like I was returning. Like she had resurrected my soul within me. But she told me that some things cannot be undone, and everything has a cost. The price of my restoration was my humanity. My soul was resurrected, but my body was still this. I was still physically a vampire, but I was me. I don't know how this is possible. I've spent a small fortune. I've been to the Tower of Knowledge. I've to the libraries across Targonia, sought scholars in Bloodpool, written to sages and scholars everywhere I could, yet not a single one has heard of such a thing as a resurrected vampire. Shouldn't be possible. Yet, here I am. Afterward, I found that I was free. Free of my slavery. Well, at least in any sort of magical sense. Yet, I knew that I could not reveal it, or I and everyone I cared about and am charged with protecting would be in danger. So I decided to continue playing along and wage my secret war, making small moves and lying in wait until the right circumstances came about. A war I involved you in. Knowing all along that my time was limited, that one day I would be found out, and the one who enslaved me would end me once and for all. Which brings us to the question. Now that you are so kind as to dispel the magic that was on me, I'm finally free to speak of it, finally free to answer, to say the truth. But I'm curious. I want to see if you figured it out. And then I'll tell you the second story. All this time you've been pursuing a powerful necromancer. But after finally facing your nemesis, Belladonna Rixa, you defeated her and yet found that the necromancy had continued. What does that lead you to believe?
It is a boss.
Someone above her.
And if Belladonna was not the true source of necromancy, that would make her a necromancer, but not the necromancer. Correct?
Correct.
So here's the question. Who is the true necromancer in Parandia?
I swear, if it turns out to be Greenwood, I'm going to stab everyone I ever see for the next 20 years. Stoke, what did you say?
One of us has seen his face. Green. Blood buzz coming up. The man who tortured her. Am I the only one that remembers this?
What do you say?
I can't hear what you're saying. You're cutting out.
Yeah, you're cutting out. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. We've seen his face, but don't know his name.
We saw his face. Are you sure?
One of us did. In the dream, in Belladonna, didn't we see a vision of the one who tortured her and trained her?
I didn't think we saw his face though.
I don't believe so.
We heard his voice, though.
Are you saying this out loud?
Yes.
I just...
I thought we saw his face. I just know we didn't get his name. And maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not speaking of the one who made Belladonna.
Then what are you speaking of?
The one who's currently in possession of Shazuran's staff.
I think you already know.
Is it Greenwood?
She looks at you and gives you a humorless smile.
Motherfucker!
Fucking way.
I swear to fucking God. I swear to fucking God. Fuck this town. Fuck this country. I literally ran away from the desert to find a better life. And what do I get imbued with? Fucking bullshit necromancy.
How long have you known Lady Enthress?
Since that dinner.
He was the one who invited you to the dinner.
He was our lovely host.
Why did... Fuck, we're about to go to a dinner. Shit!
Oh no!
Good, because we can handle Greenwood in our own time. But I need to find Enwick.
Well, there's a good chance he's gonna be at this dinner if this is the kind of shit he pulls. I'm going to invite the best people to the dinner, and then I'm gonna send my vampire on them. Enthress, if you are not speaking truth right now, I will break every contract I have ever had with anyone, and I will stab you in the throat. I have stabbed far more attractive women than you.
I can see it in your eyes. You already know it's true. I can assure you, and she looks at Stoic and says that, to my knowledge, Indrik Venasius is no longer in Carandia. He won't be easy to track as he prides himself on his secrecy and leaving no survivors. But I am curious as to why you are particularly fixated on him.
Because I'm from that temple. One he bragged about.
Then apparently he embellishes a bit.
Yeah. I lost many friends that night. I lost the only family I had.
Well, then we have something in common. I am truly sorry.
I'm sorry for this entire country. Because he's now king.
I know. I knew before it happened.
Then why did you not come to stop the vote?
Once the
Or
trial...
tell us sooner.
There's certain magic that's placed upon those of us who knew who he was that prevented us from revealing him. Magic that you so kindly removed just a moment ago.
Who else? Is anyone else in the city under the same spell as you were?
There were some various few members of nobility, many more that have partnerships or business arrangements with him without knowing the truth. In truth, most of his own men don't even know the truth about him. It's how he's managed to accomplish what he's accomplished so far. Some of whom who knew who he was and what he was have already been disposed of, such as the late Duke Polton. But perhaps it is time for the second story. So allow me to tell you that second story. Your story. But from a slightly different perspective. Your story actually begins many years ago. Duke Polton was always a sick man. And long ago, he found a powerful but weakened near to the point of death, exiled Fey princess. Well, with this Fey princess having lost most of her power, he captured her and kept her in his dungeon for many years. I won't relay the tragedy of her years there, something I only became aware of after entering my enslavement. For such a thing can only yield tears, but Eventually, she gave birth to Polton's bastard child, the little girl Selena, who would be raised as his daughter under the pretense of an adoption from an elven merchant who couldn't care for her. Her mother, her true mother, died shortly after. I'm told she was not even allowed to hold her child. I'm also told that the Duchess most likely had something to do with her death. Eventually, after the years had passed, he ended up becoming Lord Greenwood's servant in exchange for power and secret knowledge. And eventually, he told Greenwood about this Fey princess's daughter, much to Greenwood's dark delight. You see, Greenwood believes, as I said before, that powerful blood could create powerful servants. So he ordered Polton to continue raising Selena to eventually become useful to him. He had learned somehow that the Autumn Princess of the Feywild had disappeared, and believed that Selena's mother was her. You could only imagine the greed he probably felt in his mind at possessing a servant with the power of one of the most powerful Fey in existence. But such a thing would require more knowledge and power, so she had to be kept until Greenwood could accomplish his goals and become learned and powerful enough to properly utilize her. So little Selena grew up, never knowing that Greenwood tirelessly worked to grow in power and make powerful alliances that would enable him to do creative things. Now, you have to understand something about Lord Greenwood. Despite my disgust and hatred, I cannot help but be impressed by his mind. He simply does not think like others do, and I admit he made me a far better thinker and strategist as a result. You see, while everyone else who believes they're smart is playing tic-tac-toe, he is playing multiple games of dragon chess. He sought more than one kind of power and made moves to hedge even his other moves, so that even if he failed, he won. It was quite something, really. He is also a deceiver that would make a devil jealous. He had it down to an art, and I'm ashamed to say I learned a lot about deception from him as well. He believed it was all about balance. Anyway, it was then that he concocted and launched a rather complex but ingenious plan. When King Gethrin took the throne, Greenwood immediately saw his weakness and thus his own opportunity. He hired Kotok to recruit bandits to set up shop across the land. He then utilized connections with the Smiling Man that the Smiling Man had with the Underdark, and managed to transport an entire veritable army of goblins all the way from Gaza, all the way down to Corondia, where they would rise up and become a problem of their own. Then lastly, he made a deal with someone, I don't know who, and acquired the Rixa twins in exchange. Perfect, horrible servants to wreak further havoc on the land and act on his behalf to allow him to remain in secret. And even they stayed in secret for a long time, but they would cause havoc and cause damage and destruction, especially against anyone who would gain ground, or they would sabotage the nobility's efforts to make up for the king's weaknesses. And so the country fell into danger and chaos for a year, as Greenwood utilized his new servants to seek out relics and lost magics, places of power, forbidden knowledge without drawing too much attention because of this growing chaos. And then something happened he could not have foreseen, something so unexpected and out of character or predictability that he had no category or plan for it. Little Selena escaped, or rather was taken, by Fae. Fairies, not known for their ability to cooperate or work together, nor known for any sort of honorable goals, such as rescuing children. It's quite strange. Now, knowing that Greenwood would not forgive the loss of such a potential source of power, Duke Polton begged Belladonna for help. Belladonna had not yet come out of the shadows at the time, and knew Greenwood would want Selena back, but she believed it was best if she did not directly interfere just yet. And that is when Belladonna heard of some mildly successful sellswords in a nearby town. And so there you met the innocent peasant girl Beetha. And Belladonna brought you to the disgraced Polton, who hired you to find his child, and of course all the other children of Midreach which he was certainly concerned about. Which you did. But in another fascinating twist of the story, these sellswords for hire did not bring the children back right away. It would be the first of many fascinating things about your little group. So, however, upon your return, you found Greenwood himself had arrived under the guise of a concerned governor. Truly, he had come to take the situation in hand himself and deal with Polton directly. Now, curiously, I did not hear about this until recently. But oh, how close you came. When you confronted Duke Polton in Greenwood, on that stage in the town square, you offered to cast a zone of truth. Oh, what might have been revealed so long ago. But, thinking fast, Greenwood ordered his ever-present Wizardess, the always-present Felduna, to compel the truth out of the Duke and Duchess instead. And, well, you know the rest. Funny enough, one of the powerful magic rings that the Duchess possessed also went missing that night. Curious. Greenwood then convinced you, because he is such a deceiver, then he convinced you to hand over the children to him. Because again, you should not kick yourself too much. He is the most gifted deceiver I've ever known. Even in storybooks. And so you departed, fully at peace, with having done such a good deed. But then tragedy. The children and their caretakers were attacked and killed by zombies and a woman in red. You see, for Greenwood, his biggest weapon was not Belladonna, it was secrecy. Not, as I said before, not even most of his men know the truth. And so he, or rather Belladonna, had to kill his own men in order to cover his involvement. But again, he was frustrated. For somehow the girl escaped with the help of a mysterious figure. Someone who couldn't quite figure out who they were. And so Greenwood wrote you his heartfelt letter of apology. You may have even heard how enraged he had become at the news. And he was certainly enraged, but now you know it's not at the children's death, but over Selena's second escape. But he had other matters to deal with. The leader of his little bandit army had died, and the bandits were segmenting into disjointed bands. And so perhaps that is why We never really found out how and why you came to the rescue of those poor folks in the mines and in the Temple of Shazran. Again, another curious bit of knowledge that I'd like to know how you came about. It was then I began to suspect there might be another player in our little game. But unfortunately there you met the first twin, Vanderixa, and lost the very tool that would come back to haunt you, so to speak. The staff that, with enough power, could theoretically raise anything, including, with the right rituals, to control and sustain the magic, even something as powerful as a seed giant. And so, now, you might have recognized this seed giant from this morning, I imagine. But such is the fruits of this little encounter. Anyway. Whilst you were in this, and the bandits were in chaos, the chaos and warfare raging throughout the land attracted a black dragon named Malrazig, who arrived and began finding servants among the leftover bandits, and began unifying them under his own rule to set up shop. Well, Greenwood could certainly not have that sort of threat to his power. So when Kotok found Malrazig's lair, Greenwood recruited his new sellswords to help him rid the land of the evil dragon. After all, it was best if you dealt with it. But while it was best if you dealt with it, the threat absolutely had to be neutralized, so he sent an insurance policy. Belladonna herself, in the form of a protective but quiet bodyguard for Kotok. I heard, because Kotok had a big mouth, I heard that you even asked about the twins while she rode mere feet away from you. He got quite a bit of amusement out of it. Well, all went well, and you returned heroes, and Greenwood even proclaimed your names before the court, showing how fair and generous he was, and how he humbly dealt with a major threat to the kingdom, while all other nobles stood by. But then, you did something he did not expect. You went right out to the retreat and assassinated the Archpriest of Carondia, your own order. And again, apparently acting on strange knowledge that you should not have. It was there, of course, that you met Belladonna for the first time as herself. And it was then that Greenwood began to realize that you might become a real issue. Certainly a nuisance to have stopped the plan that Ranmon had concocted with Lord Greenwood. Now, as an interesting little side story, and this is a part that I find uncannily lucky, you see, one thing you have to remember is that in all of your time, or most of your time in Elderwood, you were staying in Lord Greenwood's manor at Eldergate, among his servants, with especially the head servant Robert, who was instructed to relay anything of importance that you said or did that he overheard. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Robert had not considered it important to relay the brief presence of a strange roguelike figure and a stranger elven girl spending some time with you all. Needless to say, when that little bit of neglect came to light later, well, let's say Robert is no longer in the land of the living. But before he died, he did manage to convey this man's description. And eventually, the two were found in a town. And then Belladonna's growing army of undead almost caught them. But then, just as they were surrounded and all hope seemed lost, it was as though they utterly disappeared. And Selena slipped out of his grasp yet again. And then Kotok, acting as the psychotic loose cannon that he was, became paranoid at the disappearance of his keeper. And acting purely on his own, decided that you were involved and decided to kidnap one of your friends and provoke your attack. You even summoned Lord Greenwood to come help. Also, I would love to know if the keeper was the only thing you did to anger Kotok, but I digress. Not only did you kill Greenwood, not only did you kill Kotok, another valuable partner of Greenwood, you slaughtered everyone at the hideout. And those, as well as those who were at the homes of the city guardsmen watching their family. That was quite an impressive feat. Once again, I get the impression there's someone else involved here, but... Then you returned to Eldergate to find him mustering his forces to come to your rescue. Any later, and he would have come to Kotok's lair, and it would have been a very different outcome for you. But you arrived before he left, and his ability to think on his feet, somehow maintaining that ice-cold patience of his, he kept up his ruse, and oh, did it pay off. Not only did you believe him, but you handed him a scribe of Levixus. Even he was incredulous at such a turn of fortune for him. So then he, of course, completely concerned for your well-being, suggested that you leave town for a bit. Now, it is true that there was controversy surrounding your actions, but his motives had more to do with making it easier to have you killed. I understand you met quite a bit of resistance on your way to Lesser, yes? Yet, you killed his assassins time and time again, and then, yet again demonstrating a surprising level of secret knowledge, but this time I know how. You traveled to and destroyed the cult in Lesser under the ruse of a goblin bounty. And then also one of his most valuable, priceless servants, Vando. Now, somehow, Lord Greenwood became convinced that his servant and apprentice, Duke Einho, had betrayed him, and that he was responsible for this downfall of Vander and the cult. I wonder, however, he came under that impression. In any case, it was then that Belladonna decided that you needed to be dealt with personally. No more lesser creatures. You had killed her brother, after all. But, yet again, you rose victorious. Just who is this group of sellswords that came in out of nowhere and is able to defeat such powerful enemies in one day? Greenwood knew then that to kill you was going to take something clever. And so he still maintained his ruse. Once again, he defended you to the court, continuing his deception and earning himself the image of a ruler who defends the heroes of the people, all while harboring the utmost hatred for you. The self-control of that man is outright sociopathic, I think. And he stayed the course, praising you, giving you, promising reward, and leading the call for Gethrin's action to finally mobilize the army and deal with the last true threat to Carondia, the goblins. Now, it was expected that you would go along with the army. After all, you had demonstrated a willingness to help defend Carondia all this time. Of course, the last true threat, how could you turn down helping that? And of course, on the battlefield, all sorts of things can go wrong. And he could have dealt with you a lot easier there. But another unexpected turn as you decided to stay. So he would have to deal with you at another time. Now, some time ago, Lord Greenwood, after a lot of research and a lot of effort, had managed to complete Shazron's ritual around the seed giant. And utilizing the staff that he managed to complete this magic, but he put a binding on it, allowing him to trigger the spell at just the right time of his choosing. The timing would be tricky. He needed it to attack Elduin after the army had left, and they were far enough away that they could not come to its rescue, yet not so far that they would be unreachable after the city had fallen, so that the giant could then continue and wipe out the army as well. Now, this is what I mean by multiple games of dragon chess. His plan was ingeniously win-win. If he had won the Battle of Elduin, he would have been set up with tens of thousands of new corpses with which to conquer all of Carondia, with no army to oppose it. No one would have been able to stop him. All of Carondia would have fallen, and it would have bloomed from there. If he lost, he would have appeared the noble hero who led the city to victory, and the kingdom from top to bottom would elect to dethrone Gethrin and enthrone him, the war prince who helped save the city and the only one who stepped up to do good things in this last year and a half. Then, after taking the throne, he would invite his enemies to his home for a feast of gratitude, where he would kill them all. And that would be the end of your story. Unless, of course, someone betrayed him again. I am truly sorry for deceiving you. After your trial, I did not have time to explain. While Greenwood might come out on top either way, the people of Elduin would not have. They needed their heroes. You were the last card I chose to play. I could see that you were tired, and I used that to persuade you to stay in Elduin, having full faith that you would do the right thing and might be the difference maker in the city's salvation. Well, we know the results now. And now you know your story a little better. I am curious. I'm not sure that I will make it through this alive, so I don't want you to tell me any details, just in case. But the girl, do you know if she's safe?
We hope
As far
so.
as we know.
I would do anything to keep her safe.
We can say is have faith.
Mhm.
Is she alone?
We are all of us alone
We,
in our own journeys, but she is not without friends.
thank you for sharing, and do appreciate it. But at the same time, you've been lying to us since day one. So if we want to keep a little information to ourselves, I think you understand.
I asked you not to give me details. I don't want to know because I don't know if he'll find me. And if he does, I don't know what I'll be able to hide from him.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going to kill him. I wanted to kill him when the orphans died. I wanted to kill him when he hired Kotok.
Mhm.
Somehow along the line, I decided to trust him instead.
We all did, so
Yeah.
in some fashion or another, we all did.
Well, I've made many mistakes, many that I don't know if I can fix. I can fix that one.
This is not a game we can walk into laid out and angry. We have been so manipulated for so long. And we are always lucky to get out. I'm going to say that openly. It is not because we are skilled. It is because whatever has happened in this universe, it's something is trying to keep us safe in all of it. When I met you all, I just wanted some coin and I wanted to be angry some more. I did not want this.
In our last, I talk about it like it happened so long ago. This morning, we were successful because we did trust. And we did reach out to those around us that we thought we could trust. And so I ask you, Enthress, who can we trust? Are there any of the nobles you think would side against Greenwood? I know they just put him into power, but I can't remember her name, but the Miss McGonagall looking lady. I know she doesn't look like that, but in my head, that's who she is.
No, honestly,
Okay.
she looks the same way in my head too.
You talk about Varissa?
Yeah, Varissa.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that asked us what we would do, if we would back anybody. I feel like she may have a good head on her shoulders.
But her head could belong to someone else.
I don't know.
Unwillingly.
She is quite shrewd. And in her own way, dedicated to the country. It's a hard thing to answer because while I was one of his confidants for a long time, and I know much about what happened, he doesn't truly trust anyone. And so it's it's hard to know for certain who may or may not be involved. I can assure you that some figures, like Archpriest Octo, were not. He was quite disappointed in Octo's rise, especially with the mysterious circumstances that happened around them. He was not part of the plan.
At least we made one good choice. Well, if you can't tell us for sure who we can trust, can you tell us who we can't?
I suppose that's easy. Everyone.
Saw that one coming.
Yeah, not what I meant.
Dang it.
It is truly difficult because of not only his cleverness and in weaving this web of deceit, but he's also, as I said, there's magics preventing those from speaking about him unless they already know. So it becomes difficult to truly ascertain how deep it goes. Perhaps you'd have better luck with someone like Windra, who he only had disdain for, who he regarded as too stupid to be useful. Small, lesser-known names or folks that would not draw.
What about your new friend, Duke? The one you fucked with?
Einho?
Talking about the bet?
Yeah, Talik.
I have not become aware of any involvement of his. He has reached quite a bit of success, and I get the impression he's bored. But I've never got the impression that he's a bad person. Not that he's totally trustworthy, but I've never got the impression of any maliciousness or true evil. I certainly wouldn't trust. I certainly would not trust Sir Anselm.
Oh, pretty fucker.
No. Oh, wait. Is that like Knight Douchebag?
Yeah, paladin guy.
Leader of the Chalice of Life.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
No
all I
problem
see
there.
as is
Yeah.
Sir Douchebag.
Yeah.
So
I would not say he was truly a servant as far as I know, but he's certainly willing for the right price to do anything, just about anything.
he's on my list as well.
Part of the reason you're in the situation you are in is that many of his most powerful allies you've already killed.
What a weird coincidence.
Okay. Sorry. Weird pause for a minute. In a couple pages back in my notes, and you guys know how I take notes, which is like never.
Yeah.
Comparatively to my ridiculous notes.
I've got, it says monk, bad guy, Edwick Venalis. Is that how you said his last name?
Venasius?
Yeah. Well, so this is not the first time we've heard of this guy.
Was that in the book? Was that the name she wrote down in the book?
I was trying to remember that too. I don't have my notebook.
I'm not
right
sure,
here with
but
me.
I have it written in here. We got his name before. I just don't. I didn't write when or how.
Was it while we were snooping in Lady Enthress's house?
Yeah, 'cause
I
it
wrote
was in that
monk,
book.
bad guy.
There was a name in the book that I pulled out of her secret hiding place.
And I wrote it
the
down.
children's stories.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's
I'm
what.
pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
She
sure
had
it's-
scratched out the name of the bad guy and wrote his name.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Oh man. It was like, okay. Damn it. I had it in my book the whole time.
I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you.
Yep.
Oh man.
Doug, God damn it.
A lot of things make sense now. A lot of things make sense.
Ugh.
I feel better. No, Stoic feels better about himself because he's had the urge to kill so many people, which is really unpriestly. But now I'm like, I should have just done it. They're like everybody I had. Like, they're all bad. I should have just went with my gut.
Trust no one. Yeah. Yep.
I'm sorry that I tampered your gut because I thought I was being smart.
Oh, a lot of things make sense now. It's hard to actually do good when the deck is stacked against you so heavily.
So
Well, this is why I had to move in secret, and I tried to do what I could.
going with my gut. Soul or no soul, we're still a vampire.
I do have my gut. I do have my soul now.
Yeah. Regardless,
But yes, everything has a cost, and some things cannot be undone.
you know, 6 months ago, I wouldn't have hesitated. I probably would have tried to kill you before you even gave us our story. I'm glad I didn't. But there's still a lot of atonement you need to do. And if there's something I understand very well, it's atonement. And so I'm not the most comfortable, but if you continue to try to help us rid the world of people like Greenwood and Wick, and I think we could consider you an ally.
What are you thinking?
Lady Enthress, may I ask, what is it do you plan for us to do now?
I'm afraid I told you that my last card to play was manipulating you to stay in Eldarin to defend it. Now that I'm in hiding on the ground, as it were, I'm afraid I don't really have much plan left. Like a soldier without his sword, I'm skinless. The rest is up to you. But if you do decide to face him, you do not want to go straight in. He will be prepared for your arrival. And even if you tried to sneak into his manor, his staff is quite large. And there are many people, and you would certainly be found out, and it would be a suicidal approach. And it would give him time to respond. But if you do want to face him, there's another way in. Though it will be quite unpleasant in its own way.
Oh. Why does it always come? Oh. Are you meaning the latrine?
Unfortunately, I mean something perhaps even less pleasant. Tell me, when approaching a necromancer's house, what do you think is the last place you'd want to walk through?
The graveyard.
Indeed. To the east of his manor, you will find quite a large graveyard, very old. Toward the center of it, you'll see a large crypt with a gargoyle. You can't miss it. Stand before it and speak these words. For the truly powerful, death is nothing but a tool.
See 3 of you riding, I'm assuming?
Trying to.
For the truly powerful, death is nothing but a tool. You will enter through there. Underneath his manor is an extensive underground area,
Catacomb?
if you like. He changes things periodically, and honestly, I'm not sure how extensive it is. But I can assure you, you're going to run into some unpleasant things down there. So be on your guard. But if you want to catch him when he's unprepared or not within whatever trap he's set for you, that is the way to go.
Well, then now is not the time to set it.
Um,
He's going to be fortified when we arrive.
he doesn't know we know. He's going to be set up thinking he has the advantage.
He would not expect
He does.
He would not
Because he
expect you from
does.
within. And keep in mind, he will not be there long. If you don't show up, he will return to Elduin and be even more fortified within the castle.
It's true, yeah.
And it will become far harder to deal with him. He is the king now, after all.
I just don't understand what we are supposed to do when we get in there.
I'm going to kill him
That's high level.
after he tells me where Edwick is.
We need details. It's more the how than the what. Because I agree. He needs to be taken down. But we need a plan.
Boys, I don't know if you know this, but I am the squishiest thing in this room right now. I will go down no matter what we do.
I broke her.
That's not. That's not.
If you're going to
necessarily
poke me, you're
true.
going to poke me somewhere else.
My
That's
dear
all right.
sir,
I assure you, there's a way where you can become much more powerful now. Don't worry.
my dear sir, I told you that I am particularly gifted in the subtleties of human nature, or mortal nature, shall I say. And I pride myself at being very good at assessing people. It's part of what a noble has to do. I knew from the earliest moment that you were both competent and underestimating yourself. I chose to put my faith in you from the beginning, and you have not disappointed me yet. And even if you failed, I have a feeling you're not going to disappoint me again.
I've disappointed many people. Hurt many people. So I understand all too well what you are walking around with. And I touch forgiveness on my necklace. But I did not walk out of the deserts to overthrow an empire. And I am scared. Not if we fail, but if we succeed, what does that mean for us? We will be enemy number one to an entire nation. We will have killed a king. How can we both usurp his place of privilege and his goodwill and also kill him? Because our track record does not have us doing both. We are the folly of the Dark Dragon, not the triumph.
Well, it is cold here, and I've never been to the desert before. I mean, you may have not come here to usurp the king, but I know you, and you can't turn your back on the innocents. And the innocents that are going to die if we don't do something, if someone doesn't do something, it's going to be a lot. And if saving those innocents means that I have to pick sand out of my beard for the rest of my life, I'm willing to do it. As long as we do it together.
You look so good with sand on your beard.
I mean, that's not like settled on the sandy countries. There are other countries that say you have to go to the desert one.
I just can't lose any one of you. I love you all too much to see you die at the hands of evil stupidity.
Are you worried about us or are you worried about yourself?
I'm always worried about myself. I am not so selfless. Make some money and survive. I still have my priorities in check.
To back up Stoic's point, I do believe your heart has always been to not leave innocents behind. If you're worried about me, don't. If I were to fall taking down a corrupt king, that's the best way for me to go down. I would rather do that than fall as a stranger, a beggar who chose not to do anything while a vampire king rose in power.
He's a necromancer, not a
Well,
vampire.
But he's going to take me to the Vampire King. Oh,
Stoic,
yeah.
you are the most at risk of all of us.
At risk of what?
And I kind of bite my tongue for a minute.
You see, Enthress has an arched eyebrow.
I do not have a death wish. But for the first time in my life, I have people around me that may shed a tear when I pass. And for
You
me,
have someone who is going to go to the underworld and hunt you down.
that's enough. Just that makes me feel like I can do anything.
But I am not going to sell your soul.
It's not yours to sell.
No. Because you already sold it.
Then sell it. And this is a conversation for another time.
Anyway, as Enthress has said, we should probably not be speaking of the details of our plan in front of her. No offense.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Wise.
Wise indeed, yeah.
DM, real quick, time check.
Time check.
Like, what time of the day is it? When are we supposed to be at Greenwood?
Well, you know, it was like the sun was like all the light was almost gone when you enter, and of course you've been talking for a little while now, so you know it's later.
We were gonna camp the night anyway
Not super
because
late,
we were
but
gonna
it was later.
because we were gonna go the rest of the way the next day because it's tomorrow evening is the dinner.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still about. We'll be getting there almost right around, I think, dinner time. It was just that far of a trip.
Okay, so how far are we? Like, here's my question: If Stoic wanted to
More than a mile.
ride Carl all the way back to town, not sleep, and try to catch up with the party and take my exhaustion, could I make it?
And be exhausted to go up against a necromancer.
Because if I can get back to town and convince Octo to come with us, this is where Stoic's head is at. Because go up against a necromancer without cleric, go through that graveyard without a cleric is not wise. And so we know Octo was a surprise. We know he's not working for Greenwood. I don't have him in my book. Got no other way to get him.
Or Kitty.
Yeah, Gary would be good too. I forget she's cleric. But that's not what Stoic's thinking. He wants Octo.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm trying to calculate this in my head, but I don't know where we're at in distances, and time, and all that kind of stuff.
It would probably be getting later, like in the evening at least, of the next day, at least, if you tried to do that. You would take exhaustion and not have a long rest. Because you would basically be riding from now until you enter his manor.
Yep.
So you would not have anything recovered or anything, like you wouldn't be at full strength, and you'd be exhausted. And what you don't know. What you know is that Greenwood is not planning on staying there long. That you don't know what he may or may not be doing besides the dinner, but he's basically there for the dinner. Like that you knew was planned to happen in the afternoon. It's almost more of a lunch.
Yeah, he's expecting us for the dinner.
Yeah, so basically evening is well past that time. Because you remember he said in the afternoon, basically, like a late lunch. So it'll be quite a ways past that by the time you would get there, so you don't know for sure if he would still be there or not.
I already just went all through that out loud, so I'm just going to relay all of it to the party.
You can't walk in exhausted, and more importantly, we can't walk in with Octo after the dinner or after the luncheon. Into the nighttime against the necromancer.
We're kind of coming in the back door.
After we missed the luncheon, I think it would put everybody on high alert.
Mm-hmm.
I might also add that if our archpriest is not able to rest between now and then himself, I imagine the battle took a lot out of him as well, being perhaps the only cleric.
Being that happened today.
And more importantly, he is the archpriest. If he goes down, an opening is there, and who knows who will go in his place. We can't risk losing any more top-tier individuals to the replacement that the others want to put in power. And by others, I mean Greenwood and his evil doings.
Well, he's going to be dead, so that is going to happen.
I have utter faith that you believe that to be true. But I have quickly learned that I have been long out of my depth.
I'm not a cleric, Stoic, you know that, but what do you need a cleric for that I can't do?
I know Octo has the ability to turn undead.
I can do that.
It's raised. We can be safe from the hordes.
So can Bear. He did that with the giant skeleton, in a sense.
Yeah, I guess I can do that technically, but I can only do it to one creature at a time.
Yeah, instead of an area.
Anyway, we are talking more than we should be in front of her.
You're right.
But I did have a question, and you promised truth this evening. You had a dream that sent you to a place to meet a woman. What did she look like?
Oops. It's not so much of what she looked like. No, she had long, silvery hair. It was something about her presence. And when she approached, you could feel it. And I don't mean that in an abstract way or a charismatic way. I mean, you could feel it physically. Like it was power, but gentle. And more and disturbing, but only in that I saw myself truly. You know,
Does this remind me at all of the dream? That white, like there was like the two figures, and there was the woman with the long
one from 2
white
years
hair.
ago?
Yeah. Listen, I think about that dream daily. I think about that dream every dang day.
Every dang day.
Every dang day.
She says her eyes were almost white. They were so silver. Like so much that you could see yourself in them. It was... They pierced you, but with understanding. Which, you remember the girl in your dream was blindfolded. And while blonde, it wasn't like platinum blonde. Like it wasn't like a whitish blonde.
But does this description ring a bell at all to anything
No.
we've seen or experienced? Okay.
Hmm.
What about the blade? You said that it was almost like it was without. It was like dark or shadowed.
Yeah, it's almost like almost like a crystal or a piece of glass that had broken. Like dark glass, like a sort of, it seemed to hold many colors within, but you could barely see it. Long and sharp.
Does this is that ringing a bell on anything either? For anything we've seen up into this
No,
point?
the sword you're talking about it looked like a sword that had been cut out.
Out of nothing.
Yeah, it was like
Yeah.
a shadow, like it was nothing. but he was in the shape or silhouette of a sword, like very clearly, in a sheath and everything.
Yeah, this is more like White Walkers.
Okay.
Yeah, there you
Or like the or like the shard and the dark crystal.
That's what I
Yeah.
was.
That's actually what I was like. Once you said crystal, I was like, it's the dark crystal.
That makes sense.
I went to the obsidian that like was the only thing
yeah.
that could harm. Like,
Yeah.
Also, she was a puppet, you know.
dun-dun-dun.
She's a gelfling.
Was David Bowie in your dream?
Yes, he was singing. Something
When is
about a
he
baby.
not? Like,
What babe?
come on.
The babe with the power.
What power?
David Bowie's in all of my dreams. Thank you.
Honestly, same.
Like him and Keith Ledger. I'm just putting that out there.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to know because perhaps we will cross paths with her, I guess, someday.
Well, I will. She stands up, kind of scooting her chair back a little bit, and she says, "I will step out for a time, allow you to talk amongst yourselves."
You
As
said
you
two
have-
stories and a truth.
She did
We got the truth first, and then 2 stories.
2 stories. Yep.
The truth about me, the story about me, and the story about you.
What would you want your legacy to be?
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to have one.
But what if?
I was given something impossible. I want to hold on to that with whatever I have left, whatever is left of me, with whatever time I have left. I don't know. I believe you all mean it when you say you've made mistakes, but I truly don't know that atonement is possible for something like me. I'm not even sure if that's what I'm seeking.
I'm sorry. Literally, you sound like me. I think you sound like all of us. A little bit. I am descendant from God knows what type of devil. I've never met a purple one. If you can believe that. I've been told there are other purple tieflings in this world, but I've never seen one. I could be descended from the most vile of vile devils that ever walked the plains of eternal damnation. I don't even know. I don't pay attention to our own lore very much, but I still think there is a chance. A slim one, a small one. And I've been this way my entire life. You've only been 2 years. That's hardly a drop in the bucket of badness. I walked nearly 100 of my kinsmen to their doom. And that was over many years.
Mm-hmm.
2 years is nothing. Plenty of time to recoup. I heard that you benefact a orphanage in the city.
Sort.
Other than the food that you send them, what else are you benefacting?
They're a unique situation that I became aware of. Sometimes I come across information that warns them. They have a tendency to get into trouble. But I believe they're doing their best. And so sometimes I'm able to help them with connections and information. They're a complex topic.
It is a topic I am very interested in. Perhaps we can sit and have a chat about it.
Perhaps.
Not to switch the subject, but I'm about to say something very selfish. Sue me. We have been promised a lot of reward for all the hard work we have done. And we have not actually received any of it, but we have been promised. We are about to go up against the king of Corandia, who is currently in ownership of those things that we are promised. If we sneak in and do what we need to do, who is gifting us the things we are promised? Who is being the resource to get us the things we need to go up against these terrible things? I don't know if you know this, but you kind of need tools to be able to achieve these things. Some of us are not inherently blessed with magic.
And in your own telling of our story, you did refer to us as sellswords multiple times, I might add.
Oh, believe me, I am well aware of the term.
Is this an insult?
To one of us.
to some.
I've never thought of it as an insult. I apologize.
It's only an insult when people treat you a certain way because of it.
Well, it was simply a fact at the time. I did not think anything of it. It's not meant as a slur to anyone that I'm aware of. But
Well, now you do.
If you knew us a little better, you would know.
Well, present conversation notwithstanding, I think you've gone far beyond sellsword status now.
And that is the problem. We are in a place of power and privilege amongst your people.
And poverty. Don't forget the last P.
Yes.
Poverty.
It is very expensive to be able to keep yourself alive in such a situation as this. You know how much gold we regularly have to spend to keep ourselves armed and clothed and protected?
Alive.
You mentioned all these fancy parties we have to attend. It's not cheap, you know.
So many dresses.
I can tell you that the laws of the land will ensure that what is promised by one king must be honored within a reasonable time frame by the next. If you were to succeed and Greenwood were to be ended, whoever took the throne after you would still owe your boon, for example, and any reward that he promised you. Which I'm sure he did in front of everyone.
He did it. Twice, actually.
Sure, but again, I resurface the original tension that I am feeling. If we kill a king and the tables are turned that we are king killers, then we are running from an entire nation with whatever we have currently on our possession. And I assure you, the term of king killer travels quickly.
It is true. There are very few who have killed kings and not had consequences, good or bad. I can tell you that if you were to succeed, I will step forward and do whatever I can. Larissa is a shrewd woman, and Dernick is reliable, to my knowledge. I might be able to persuade them if I'm able to tell them a large amount of this story.
I appreciate you putting your neck out for us, because we did not ask to put our necks out for you.
Well, I have been lying to you and manipulating you to serve in my war against Greenwood. This much I owe at least.
I will say, if you would have come honest with us long ago, we would have made a lot better choices.
Would that have been before or after immediately killing me?
I didn't immediately kill you.
But you said you would have.
Yeah, no, you're probably right.
And a few months ago, Stoic, I would not have stopped you.
Yeah, I was a priest a couple months ago.
Yeah, I would have liked to see you get defrocked for your actions.
I will not ask.
If I had died at your hands, it would have been a good death.
Great.
If I step forward, then I will risk some of these truths into light, and it may not go well for me, but I owe you, I owe Carandia, I owe myself, I owe the gods, I owe everything and everyone. Everything. And I have known that since childhood that my path was always to be alone in the end. So I'm ready to face that. If you're ready to do your part.
Meet me at him.
Yes.
Very well. As I said, I will step out to allow you to rest for a bit on your own.
Not to prolong things, but I do have one more. You have shown us a lot of trust tonight, but I will ask one more gesture of trust. I would like you to sign my book. And I pull out my Book of Shadows and ask her to add her name.
So you pull out this dark, evil-looking book with this black mist pouring off of it.
Yes, I do.
You see her eyebrow arched in a now familiar gesture. Well, somehow I have a feeling that's not merely a guest book.
it will allow me to contact you. I have a feeling that you may need to go into hiding at least until all of this is resolved. And if something goes wrong or we have more questions about the information, I would like to be able to ask you. And by you signing my book, I will be able to contact you. Great.
Before he gestures to the book opening, I'm just gonna lean in and I've said, blank page, please.
Yeah, nope, thought about it. Can't. It's all on one page. I was gonna.
Then I will literally put my hand over top of the names that are already written.
I'm okay with that because I was gonna do that, but if I touch them, they go. So.
Oh, so I can touch them. Yeah?
Yes, you can. I read it. I checked it because I was like, shit. How do I? There's no duct tape.
Then like as you open the book, I immediately stick my hands on top of the names that are already written.
I understand that this takes a lot of trust. You've trusted us this far. Trust us now.
Fascinating. I've just noticed your holy symbol's no longer around your neck.
Took you longer than I would have thought.
She kind of walks slowly around, kind of her eyes on you in the book. And she kind of leans over close to you. And you don't feel body heat like from her in the like you expect of being near a person. She picks up a quill and from a nearby table and walks over and next to you and starts to sign her name. She whispers, "I do hope I'm not signing too much away here."
Far less than I did.
And she finishes signing her name and she pauses, still kind of leaning over, like looking at the book, and she says, "Did you mean it?"
Yes. Yes, I did.
That we could be allies.
As long as you continue to search for atonement. It's not the things. There's nothing in this world that makes us evil. It's the choices we make. You can be called the devil. You can be called a sinner. You can be called Oathbreaker. It's the choices we make in spite of these names that truly make us good or evil. And I look at Asura when I say that. So you know.
Look at him.
She kind of stands back up, still kind of looking at the book and just kind of not really looking at it, but just kind of staring. And I've just told you that I'm incredibly skilled at deception, that you should not trust me, that I've used and manipulated you to fighting my war with Greenwood. that I spent 2 years helping him get where he's at. That I'm not even human anymore. I don't know if what you say is true, but if I can be your ally, that would be enough for now. I'll leave you to it. Shuts the quill down next to your book and walks over to towards the tent flap with Alton meeting her and wrapping himself in a cloak. She says, "Eat and drink what you wish, and come retrieve me when you're finished. But take your time. I don't really get cold anymore." As she says that, she ducks out with Alton right behind her. And that's where we're going to take a break.
Well done.
So much information.
Yeah,
So much.
that was a lore dump.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Gonna.
We dicks if we tell her we want her tent.
Yeah, but I was already thinking it.
We all were. We all were.
Listen, I know you're about to be on the
Oh,
run
it's-
and you want to be in relative comfort, but can we have your tent?
Technically, it's a spell.
To help us fight evil.
Whew. Okay, so after all that, we need a break. So we'll step away for about 10 minutes and come back to continue. All right, welcome back. With a good break to recover a little bit from that information dump. Big reveal. And so now as Enthress steps outside, back out into the winter night with Alton in tow, the tent falls silent as you guys sit before the food and drink that's kind of been untouched for a while now, as you process the information. And that's where we're going to pick things up.
You know, if she is also full of shit, I'm just going to burn this whole country down.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah,
Mm.
I think I could join you on that one.
Mm.
Well, what are we going to do? That is the
Well,
the
we
question,
can't
isn't it?
walk. We can't walk through the front door if we're going to be walking into our deaths. We are not going to be able to fight our way out.
No.
Yeah.
But he's going to know immediately that we know when we don't show up walking through the front door.
Yes.
It's kind of an all or nothing situation.
So
And
It's
he
true,
has
yeah.
the upper hand.
In every way, we are going into his domain, his lair.
I will be completely honest with you guys. I'm not state.
You're not what?
In a good state. Oh, this covers the mic. Sorry. I'm not in a good state.
Ah.
It,
I immediately just whip around to look at Stoic and just be like, what can I do?
I need to find Edwick. And if Greenwood seems to be the only clue, to be honest, the whole reason I joined this group and the reason I've been going along with everything, this was the entire point of my journey, was to find anything I could on the vampires that destroyed my
Hmm.
And this is the first solid lead I've gotten.
Hmm.
Like I'm going after him. I just want to let you guys know where I'm at, and I want you guys to reel me in if it seems like I'm about to do something stupid, because I really don't want to mess this up. I can't sit by and wait.
And
Yeah. Go ahead.
and you cannot die before we have a chance to fix this.
I know we got the backup plan going through the back entrance. I will admit I have a different plan that I wouldn't mind trying, or maybe both. But honestly, if we're worried about not showing up and them thinking something is off, I'll walk right through the front door. And I'll grab Lord Greenwood and tell him that we raced and I was the first one there. And then I'll mention for his ass straight out of that castle. The rest of us.
Whatever we decide to do, we do it together. We are stronger when it is all of us. Sorry, easier. I stepped on your toes.
If he's no problem. If he says that, if Greenwood is the one that wields the staff of Shazran, then he is very powerful. Enough to summon a seed giant is no small feat. Yeah. So I'd say, as much as I like a show and a grand entrance, yeah, I think going the way of the graveyard is our best option. I don't believe that's a false bit of information that our Lady Enthress has given us. I think she was being very truthful in that bit of knowledge. But I'm willing to tell you, Stoic, that after Greenwood, I will join you in your journey in finding people you're looking for.
I appreciate that, Easy.
We do have another option. It's the long play, and I understand it's not our best option, but we could not go to Greenwoods and not go to Carandia, but maybe to another country, maybe get some more allies. I understand we want to get them now. I get that. But I just want all ideas on the table. Let's consider every option.
Sure.
I understand.
Yeah, I think what concerns me about that is the longer we wait, the more he cements his authority as king, his power, and it makes it harder to. You would almost have to start an all-out war.
Yeah, that option does take it from a battle to a war,
and that will hurt the people of Carandia.
Yeah, if we leave Lord Greenwood to his rule here, he could easily wipe out complete townships areas and raise all that undead and have an even greater army counter us. Without us here as defenders, the land is his, just like how he manipulates it.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Nope. That makes sense. And I don't even see what we should discuss. We're going to do when we get inside, because honestly, it seems like the only plan is to go through the gargoyle door.
But we are going to walk into a labyrinth when we get inside, and we don't know where we're going.
That's what I'm saying. But how else are we going to get in?
I agree with Bear. We don't need a plan. We need a direction. Because anytime we've tried to come up with plans, they just go straight out the window the moment we start anyway. So we might as well just go, we're going this way.
Yeah.
But we also potentially still have friends inside of that building too.
Okay.
I'd
So-
like to know who's actually going to be there.
And
Yeah.
more importantly, we still have Figino in there.
Right. So what are you suggesting then?
That we need to case it a bit. We need to figure out where things go, what connects to what. We need a map. We need intel. We need to be smart here. We have a way in that potentially no one knows that we know. As of this moment, potentially, he doesn't know we know.
Mhm.
Although he has strength and knowledge on his side, he is assuming we are walking in giddy to celebrate the new king of Corundia. Our dumb little faces happily eating before the slaughter.
Mhm.
He doesn't know if we can get the element of surprise on our side and sneak in and bolster our defenses against him in his own place. We might survive it. Might. But we need to be smart here, and we need a lot more information.
Problem is we don't have time to get the information.
That's the issue, yeah. Time is not on our side. And planning
We
this
need
one.
we need to grab one of his lessers.
Which we might be able to, but it risks exposing us.
Yeah.
As far as I know, we have 3 options. One is to show up as planned. Pretend like we don't know it's an ambush. Walk into the lion's den and turn on the lion before the trap is sprung. Option 2 is we go through the back door, which will probably delay us to the point where they will become suspicious. And try to figure something out along the way. Or option 3, which is probably the stupidest, we don't rest. We keep moving. And we get there early. And we attack them before they have a chance to lay the trap. That means all of us are going to be rough with no rest, and I don't know where everyone's at after that fight.
Well, I did keel out for a minute there.
I think we can outlaw that plan. I have nothing, no spells, no abjure enemy, no stone's endurance. I need to sleep.
Seems the rest is a must, yeah.
And you need to sleep. Stoic.
I'm fine.
You're not.
Mentally, no. Physically, I'm fine.
And mentally, I need you sound.
So, side conversation, I get everything back on a short rest, and I'm like almost at full hit points even after that battle. So, like, really, I don't need shit.
Yeah.
I'm like 100%.
I
So-
know, but you're the only one. You're the only one.
Well, I can kind of get there too. I get there by key points.
Yeah, that's why the argument's going that way, because like
Yeah.
I can go, and if we did get there early before they had chance to set up, like, honestly, that's unexpected news. That's the thing that no one sees coming.
Mhm.
But
Sure, but
Agreed.
some of our people need to sleep
Yes.
if they're going to be effective.
all right, DM, here comes that question that's always asked. Is there any way to be mobile while sleeping?
Carts.
So if 2 of us lead the horses and 3 of them sleep on the horses, is that
Not really on horses. no.
Yeah.
If you had a couple of carts, like, and a couple of drivers who rotated out and, that sort of thing, maybe. But honestly, even a cart in these days is not like restful sleep. Like that's not. Yeah, it's not like they have suspension. So it's a pretty rough ride. So getting a good night's sleep is very unlikely. So that's why people stop. Yeah, that's why part of why they stop. Plus, horses need rest. So you could ride through the night and then your horses are dead in the day. It's like.
Hey, this question is asked in every D&D campaign by every player at some point. So, I'm just getting it out of the way.
I'm gonna say it's not. Nothing's impossible. It's just not. You just haven't figured out how yet.
Yeah.
So let's say that.
So what we need to do is just wedge all 5 of us together, and then put the 3 in the middle that need to sleep. We just put them in and Stoic and I wedge them on the outside. We're good. We're totally good.
Dude, my plan was we just build a flat platform. They can all sleep on it, and we tie ropes to the horses' saddles so it suspends in between the horses. That's suspension, and they all walk on like a nice floating hammock.
Yeah,
we just go. But that's never gonna work.
Yeah, no.
Because Doug would be like, "Roll for rope tying."
Sarah would happily roll. Yeah, Sarah would happily roll for rope climbing.
Okay. So
that leaves us with 2 options. We show up
the
like
front door or the back.
And again, I think that the front door is a terrible idea, so we only have one option. The question is, once we get to the gargoyle door, what do we do from there?
Well, right now our choice is to bumblefuck our way through a labyrinth in the hopes that we don't end up dying before we get to what we want, which is why we need information.
Yes, no, I'm with you. This is the problem we're coming up against, but I think this is the only plan. We go through the gargoyle door and we bumblefuck our way through. I agree that's not fun, that's not good. We should case the joint, you are right. So let's talk about how to case the joint. How do we get through the labyrinth without dying?
Well, we need someone who knows the grounds and knows the ins and outs of that building. So we need someone we know is one of his allies.
Okay.
They are all still marching their way. Some people are already there, and I'm guessing those are his trusted people. Plus, he has all the people he's invited to be there, who are probably still en route to be there tomorrow, like we are. So if we can find somebody out in the grounds, walking about, who's already there, or someone who is en route to be there, that we know to be a confidant of his, then we grab them and we get information out of them. Unless you want to put Enthress in a circle of truth and see if she has any more details to spill.
We could, but I'd have to sleep to do that to her.
You're just
And
always
circle
so
of truth
short.
Isn't foolproof. They can decide not to answer.
We can't.
No, I'm aware. And some people who don't get in the circle of truth will still give you the answer even if you didn't ask them. Fair.
Yeah. What?
Hey, we don't have time for this. Don't have time for this.
That's seriously,
I know.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's all right, Bear. It's all right. Yep, it's all right. Yeah, it's. I don't know. It's such a. We're so.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you,
stupid.
You feel we need to get information, regardless of what door we put.
We need to know the lay of the land. We need to know. We need to know as much as possible.
None of us are saying we don't do that. We're just saying we need to pick which direction we go, because if we do get somebody, are we asking them about the front door, or are we asking them about the back?
And that's
I
where
thought you were asking about the back.
I say it's the back door. Like, front door is out. We're not doing that.
Okay. So it's decided. We're going to the back door and trying to get information on the way.
Unless anyone else sees a more advantageous thing that puts us at the least amount of risk.
You had to add the last part.
That is a very important part.
Because
I don't
not
know if
sleeping
you know this,
and going is the most advantage,
Yeah.
but it's the
And
one
the
that puts
most-
us at risk.
chance of, and I don't know how many times I have to say this to you, Stoic. You cannot die right now.
I haven't died yet.
Playing a very dangerous game.
Unlike other people. Okay? I
Excuse
haven't
me.
been knocked out. I haven't died. Let's not talk about how I fight.
And sure, and if one of us had a different set of powers, I would be less likely to perish.
Listen, we could go on a whole other tangent with this.
Yep.
This is not the time. You're both right, and you're both wrong. So let's just forget about it.
And while you are in your current state, I will do all in my power to keep your ass upright. And not just because I like to look at it.
Just saying, I make a lot of stupid choices.
Agreed.
Not in a fight. I will. Life matters. Decisions of good judgment. Sure. I'm gonna fuck those up. A fight is the one place you don't have to worry about me.
And you are going to live through all of this to return back to the capital city so that you and I and Kitty can have a conversation.
No, I'm going to go confront Greenwood, and I'm going to get location of Everwind. That's what I'm doing.
And you and I are going to have a conversation with Kitty before you go on your next leg of this journey. That is not a request. That is an order.
Bear, does he look scared?
Just annoyed. Just like cut it out. I need to sleep very soon, and we don't have a plan. So cut it out.
Plan is the back door.
Okay, but then what? As the sir has rightly said, we're in a labyrinth. We don't know where we're going.
We have none of that information and no way to find that out at this moment. We have to go.
Yes,
True.
there is nothing to provide that for us.
But as sir has laid us some good options to find a person and intel them. Like what else can we do to find a map?
And hope that that person has the information we need.
Yes.
Easy, what about all your
Also-
magic?
Both of which, of course, I don't have a spell just to tell us the intel of a labyrinth, yeah, but
You don't have a magical arrow spell that just points us to where we need to go?
I wish, yeah, but that's not the case, no. But I say as the weighing of the unknowns, as we are doing right now, yeah,
Yes.
unknown of going in and finding the person who works on the grounds, who happens to know how the inner chamber works of a secret labyrinth below. Highly unlikely, I'd say, for someone who's just a groundskeeper, for instance, is pretty more likely unlikely that's that. But we know it's unlikely that we're gonna know any things we go in, but we are having the element of surprise on that hand, and that weighs a little bit more than the other. If I were to, put this on a scale for you guys, you get to watch things go up and down, yeah. But yeah, in this instance, I think the only option we have is to go into the unknown of the gargoyle entrance and take on what unknown thing we have there.
And then just
What about Filduna?
that's
We
the
gotta
next
assume
concern.
compromised.
No, not as a concern. What if we grabbed her? She has been his most close ally.
True, yeah.
She has a lot of magic, yes, which is a potential issue. But there was a night where she and I were alone together for a few minutes.
Question. Do you think she's riding with him?
Probably.
Because if that's the case, they're a day ahead of us.
Sure, but she's not always next to him.
I think she is. I mean, except for a
Most
few
of the
minutes
time.
here or there.
And if she's not, do we have any inclination of where she would be?
No, that is why I'm putting a lot of faith right now in just the universe watching our back, because up until this point, this universe has been surprisingly on our side.
I'm really not trying to destroy your plans. I'm just saying we have to sleep and then just hope we find somebody. We're not going to be able to pick who that person is because we don't know where anyone is.
I
mean-
understand that I am talking crazy now. I understand that. I understand that I am putting a lot of faith in a what if situation. But the back door is a what if situation. The front
Now-
door is also a what if situation.
We'll say that we have more options than we're figuring out. One is your ability to stealth and to go to places without being seen.
Hurt.
It's a big option.
I'm a big purple tiefling. It's hard not to see me.
True, but you can also hide in the shadows very well. And I can make you invisible. Also, I can change my face and I change it to look like Valduna and go, if she's not there, she can be. Easy can do the same. We also doesn't have to be a person because we can send in animals. We have multiple options. We just have to get there and survey the situation first.
If we want to be at all speedy about this process, we need someone with intelligence. And though animals are adorable and could probably save us from a lot of exploding bad things, we are literally putting small animals in there to just get exploded. And I don't know about you, Stoic, but I don't like the idea of putting little small animals into a room to their certain death. If I remember the Feywild correctly.
Yes, but we could ask the horse how many people were riding and get an idea. I mean, there's options. That's
I would
all
love
I'm
to hear
saying.
that
There's
conversation.
options.
Hey, horse, how many people were riding? I want to find Filduna, because either she is my ally, because the night she and I had a moment alone together inside the Duke house, she destroyed the ring. At least I think that's what she did. It looked like she did. She did. Sorry, Doug, to pull in for a second. She destroyed the ring that night, correct?
Look like.
Knew that was coming.
We could.
I hate you so much, Doug. I love you. This story is so intriguing, but also I hate you.
How well did you guys?
I think she destroyed one of the necromancer rings. Or at least that's what it looked like she did. So either she is not under his thumb and she's playing along as well, or she 100% is and is even more good at manipulating than anyone else we have ever met, because she certainly comes across as someone who is just going along with things.
That was a ring he stole from Polton's wife, right?
I think so, yes. Or
You
Colton himself.
tried to, and you
I failed to find that ring. It was another ring I found in the room.
Yeah, there was a ring that the Duchess was wearing. You
That I
tried to
didn't
get
notice.
it, but you didn't
Yeah.
succeed in the clearing because the soldier stopped you, like failed some rules, and
Yeah, but I did cut off her arm, so there was
later-
that.
Later, you ran into her in the Duke's room as she was appearing to destroy a ring that looked just like it.
That's what it was. It was in the Duke's room, but she could have been in his room because Greenwood was trying to find information about you know who, and she saw me come in and decided she wanted to save face and do something to make her look like she's a good person. But she expended a lot of power to destroy it. So I don't know. She could be an ally. She could just be the scariest one of them all. But she is the closest thing to him.
Do you
and
think
probably
there's
has
an
a lot of
option?
information.
Is there an option where we can either get Philduna or Greenwood himself to come to us? Could we send him a message saying we need his help to meet us somewhere?
No, I think he will know that that is a trap right away.
It's also going to be really hard now that he is king. There's no getting away. He will have a guard. He will have the guard around him at all times.
Yeah, just come by yourself and wander into this dark place.
Yeah.
Would you like some candy? Can we?
I got
Yeah,
some
candy?
candy in my pocket.
What about Philduna? Could we separate Philduna from him some way? Or do you guys get the feeling that she's his bodyguard and only that?
I don't know.
She's
Should be
almost always
challenged.
around him.
I'm saying I don't know where she's at or anything. So I'm open to the idea. I think it's a good idea. I just think we can't plan it at this stage. I think we need to rest and we need to get to his manor as fast as possible. Because
should-
that's
more
where
time.
we need more time.
You know, we usually operate on very little information, but this time we are impressively uninformed.
And yet we just got the most knowledge we have ever had ever about everything. And somehow we are less informed now than we were when we started all of this. I'm just gonna take one of the hot cups of cider. You said there was a fire and like a soft plush.
No, there is a fire pit where they were cooking meat. There's a kiln for bread. There's a table with some various like foods and drinks and that sort of thing.
I'm just
I'm
gonna
gonna-
go up near where that cooking, like that warm cooking space was. And I'm just gonna like sit by this warm space and just drink my tea, and I'm just like, fuck if I know what is happening in this world.
I'm gonna pull out my book and just start writing and be like, hey, Lady Enthress, not calling you back in, but do you have a map of Lord Greenwood's place?
So it replies in the book, right?
Yeah, it's in the book. It gets written. It's just a valid question Bear brought up, so we need a map. Do you have a map?
You see writing start to appear in a sort of quick but elegant writing that it says, "What a curious experience." I can. He would never allow a map of his manor to exist. I could tell you about the house, but as I said, I certainly wouldn't.
End the
recommend-
message. Only 25 words.
You didn't tell her.
It's okay. I have unlimited casting.
Yeah.
Sorry. Bad connection. Sentences
Connection.
need to be less than 25 words.
She put hearts on her eyes too.
If you say so. As I was saying, I can.
Would it not be easier just to have her come in instead of having her
No.
try to message
No,
this?
because we're still debating. I'm just over in the corner writing shit.
Oh my goodness.
I could tell you about his house, but I have only been to a small fraction of the...
Nope, that's it. He isn't Doug.
She's not familiar with this sort of limitation, so...
I know, but she's pretty loquacious. Like, she likes to talk.
She does. Yeah. Okay. Damn it, this isn't working. I'll ask you when you come back in.
As you're writing, I just look over at you. Hey, can you send a message to, make sure she's all right?
As you
Hands
do,
over at Sora. and
as you
go,
do,
yes.
the flap opens and Enthress steps inside and is like, "Were you saying for me to come back in?"
Not quite yet.
I raise my book and go, no, I wasn't.
Begging your pardon.
Sorry, we will call you back in shortly. We just had a couple outstanding thoughts.
She puts her hand on the flap and says, "I could tell you certain things about the manor, but I've only been to a small portion of the ground of the portion underneath. He's very secretive, remember."
Yes. Sorry, before you walk out, are there any telltale signs that someone is under his thumb? Anything that is very specific to the type of entrapment that he has over people?
Well, the magic is such that they would not be able to tell you that they know the truth. I mean, perhaps you could ask them directly and try to read their reaction, depending on how good of a liar they are or how good they are at hiding things. They would not be able to tell you the truth, but perhaps they wouldn't be good at hiding that they know something.
What would you ask somebody to test them? Is there a word or phrase that you think is keenly specific?
It depended on how much time I had, I suppose. With the proper amount of time, I would try to warm up to them. Perhaps drop subtle hints about the state of things and emotions around the type of people who might support such actions.
What if you don't have a lot of time?
Or before
Hmm. I suppose that depends on how far you're willing to go.
For someone who said they were going to start talking truth, you do love a good riddle still.
Oh, I don't think that's much of a riddle to you.
Everyone assumes I am a lot smarter than I am. I am pretty confident. Everyone thinks I understand what is going on. I don't understand what is going on. Just want to put that out there. I just know big words.
Well,
And I have an accent. Everyone trusts an accent.
Yeah, they do.
if reading their reaction doesn't work and subtlety, you don't have the time for subtlety, pain can sometimes get results.
Now you're speaking my language.
That I am good at.
Just do be mindful. Most of the people that work for him genuinely don't know what he is. I don't say that as a caution, because anyone who holds a sword should be treated as your enemy, as they will protect him. But just keep that in mind. Not everyone that works for him is some cultist or some evil person. Nevertheless, maybe that's not helpful, because all things considering, stopping him is worth doing quite a lot.
Before you go, another logistics question. Do you have a number of feet in mind of how big this house or underground areas from like a square? How long is one side of the square?
We use the term manor to address the main building, but in truth, it's a compound. In his land, it's quite large, a compound of buildings. The main manor itself. I admit I'm not the best estimator of such things, but I am familiar with some sizes of such things, such houses. Perhaps 150,000 square feet.
Ooh. Okay, thank you.
Be honest, Enthress, I don't think you need to return to the cold. I don't think we're going to get much more planning tonight, but we could all use some rest.
You say so. Do you mind if I bring Alton back in?
Unless anyone else disagrees.
Well, I mean, are we done planning? I think we have a lot more to discuss.
Okay, then I apologize.
Unless you guys have nothing else to add. If you have said your piece, then I guess I'm done. But I feel like we still are barely scratching the surface of our plan.
I agree, but I don't think we have the information to form it.
Right, and we were barely discussing the options to get that information. Unless, like I said, you guys are done. You said your piece, and you have nothing else to add.
We can keep going. I apologize, Enthress. We need a little more time.
Not at all. She pulls the flap back and steps back out.
I mean, do you guys have anything else to add? I just assumed we had more to discuss.
Well, I feel like we've kind of run into a wall with the going through the underground passage. And I know everybody seems to be fully against the front door option, but what if we discuss that and see what can come from it? And see if there's anything there that might would work.
I'm against walking through the front door as ourselves and pretending that we don't know what's happening. If you have a creative decision, walking through the front door, I'm willing to hear what you have to say.
I'm just thinking that if what Lady Enthress says is true, and there are several people there, even on his staff, who don't know his true nature, if we can somehow expose it, I don't know how. I just throwing this out as a what if we could? What would that look like? Could it garner favor amongst several potential allies, or would it turn them against us? It's something to consider, I would believe.
Lady Enthress.
She's outside.
She's outside.
Oh, she is?
You kicked her out again.
Hey, gummit. I thought we were done talking.
We didn't want to plan in front of her.
Yep.
That's why I was calling her in, because I'm like, I don't know what we're going to plan. We don't know anything.
Well,
She's our only source of information.
I know. I'll say it.
That's why I was like,
we
might as
do
well come in.
We do. Yeah, might as well come in.
Or I thought we discussed that we're not going to tell her our plan, because the less she knows, the better.
Correct.
There's nothing to tell.
Yeah, we don't have one. We can't. We don't have any information.
My question doesn't really involve our plan. Well, I mean, it does in a weird way, but not really like details of anything that she doesn't already know.
You're just gonna stick your head out the flap and.
Yeah, I'll stick out my head on the flap and I'll look out and say and ask for Enthress.
Okay, so you stick your head out in the flap and you look and you can kind of see just like just a little ways off, kind of standing side by side, looking out the opposite direction out of the woods. You could see her, just standing there in her long dress as snowflakes kind of fall in her black hair, and with Alton with his hood, kind of a very warm looking cloak standing next to her, and as they're talking softly, and you poke your head out just in time for her to say, as she's talking to him, you hear her say, after. I don't think I can think that far ahead.
My lady.
Yes.
The reason why you told us all this information before we get to the manor, is it because you have knowledge that Greenwood plans for harm for us for this feast tomorrow night? He knows that for sure.
That was part of his plan before the attack even occurred.
Ah.
If you successfully defended the city, he would surely become king. It was then that he would have to deal with his enemies so that they would not get in the way of things while he continued his plans with the crown.
So the feast is definitely a trap. Yeah.
Yes. That is his plan, is to invite you and trap you and kill you.
Ah.
And he will not underestimate you again.
Ah. I see that, yeah. Wanted to make sure, that it wasn't us a long con, if you will. It's just to lull us to, to comfort, and then later do something with us. But yeah.
He needs to get you out of Elduin to deal with you. You have to understand, you have quite the reputation now. You're heroes of the people.
Ah.
Attacking you in Elduin would be risky.
That's true, yeah.
Just as attacking him in Elduin would be very risky. So he is taking the moment while he wraps up his business in Arkhill to kill multiple birds with one stone, so to speak.
Do you know who traveled with him to his manor?
Well, I imagine the full regiment of King's Guard. And of course, Felduna is always at his side. And she's a formidable force herself.
And you would obviously say that if we didn't show up, he'd be suspicious, yeah.
Well, as you know, traveling by road is not a precise thing. There might be some leeway in time, but if you were to wait too long, he is by nature a suspicious man.
So,
And he is not without powers of observance.
Thank you. That's most helpful. And I'll be it's like one more minute, yeah. We'll be right out. I'll zip into the tent. I'll relay what I asked, unless they didn't hear me. Relay everything to them and say, I had another option in my mind, but I think I have it clearly now. My thought was to wait it out and plan, ambush out here on the road on his way back to the castle. If he doesn't have a very large group of, as the Knight's Guard, as a Royal Guard, then we could probably deal with it very well without having to infiltrate, because he has to go back, to Karandia. to Elduin.
Honestly, easy. It's actually a plan.
But he'd be very on guard, yeah. He would not be surprised.
Yeah, it would be very difficult, but like that's solid.
I guess the only problem with that plan is if we sneak in, at least his guard will be separated. But if we meet him on the road, we'll meet him and the entire guard in one.
A regiment of
4 regiments. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Look, I'm not against the planning. I know we need to do it.
Yeah.
I just don't think it needs to be tonight. We don't have enough information. I mean, at least if we get closer and we try to scope it out from a distance and see what we can see and who we might be able to nab, then all the better. But as it stands now, I don't know what I don't know. And so unless somebody else wants to tell me different,
That's fine. But I guess I would like to know what if we get there and we don't see anybody? Like, how long do we wait? Or what if we see janitors and groundskeepers? Do we nab those people? Like, I guess I want to know. I don't want to show up there and figure out our way through. I get that's what we do every time, and sometimes it works. But maybe a little bit more options would be good.
Well, we still have several hours on the road tomorrow morning.
We do.
Mm-hmm. We do, yeah. And one thing that Lady Enthress did say that was very, very telling is that Lord Greenwood has a way of observation, which tells me a lot of things, yeah. It means that he can probably have wind of something going sideways very quickly if we are to try something that involves others that
We are talking about someone extremely clever
yeah.
who probably will not have a lot of weaknesses on his compound, a lot of places that we can actually go unnoticed, especially on a day like that.
Mm-hmm.
Stuck.
Yes.
Can you send her a message?
I just want to make sure that you're okay, because I do think you're right. I think we need as much information as we can get. And if I want to say Fiona, and it's not Fiona, damn it.
Ildona.
Ildona. If Ilduna.
Ilduna.
I think Ilduna is a good option.
She's a dangerous option.
And it's also
Powerful too, yeah. She wouldn't go without resistance, yeah.
yeah, and we're
But remember what Enthress said is many of the people that work for him don't know who he truly is. She
True.
may not know, she may know. I understand what I have offered to the table is a high risk, high reward situation. And it could fuck us all up indefinitely. And if that be the case, stoic you run.
Yeah, I just think it's been a long day. And I think we need some rest. And we can plan when we get closer. Then we wouldn't have to.
Careful if there's eyes watching, because maybe they are not of the scrying kind.
Even a vampire, she's still our host. And make her sit outside of the cold while we discuss things that we honestly have no inclinations on, I think is rude. So
That is quite shocking coming from you, I will say this.
yeah.
Well, how about this, Stoic? We call it a night, we get some rest. Bear, we will talk in the morning. On our journey, we will be very careful about the conversations because we don't know who is listening or who is watching. But we will set something a bit more solid with backups in place come tomorrow. And Stoic, I will sleep right next to you tonight to keep you safe from the vampire. And I pull out my silver dagger.
You almost have it. How about we settle for calling our host back in and you just take a seat next to me until we go to bed?
Okay, we'll call her back in so we can get some rest. Jeez.
All right.
So you call,
Yeah, I was gonna say easy if you want to go get her, and then I'll just sit down.
okay,
I
so
reach
I'm
out
not-
for Stoic's hand. Is Stoic can at least hold my hand?
Hell no, he's not gonna hold your hand. His plan is because none of the communication has to be verbal at all. So I'm just gonna have you sit next to me, and I'm so that you can see my book.
Okay.
And I'm going to write a message.
Well, then Asura leans her head on your shoulder so she can look into your book.
So who are you messaging?
I'm messaging Selena
Okay.
or Selena, and I'm just writing. Your situation was more dangerous than we thought. Are you okay? We are trying to stop the danger currently. End of message.
Tell her that I miss her.
Let her respond.
After a moment, you start to see a writing that it's like every some of the lines involved in the handwriting has a little bit of like kind of elvish elegance to it, and others are almost more like jagged or childish, and it's kind of an interesting handwriting.
Is it like that cursive print?
It's parts of it are. It's
Yeah.
it's like an interesting mix of styles that you start to see it form slowly on the page as you see everything here is fine. This place doesn't change much. If you're in danger, be very careful. Asura, don't be stupid.
Yes. All right. It's so good because you're right next to me and get to read that shit.
I do. And it's like,
I will
should
message
have
her
said
again.
Stoic, don't be stupid.
I will message her again and just let her know. Glad you're safe. Lord Greenwood was your attacker all along. We will face him soon. P.S. Asura misses you.
Are you sure you want that sitting so blatantly in your book?
It fades away. It doesn't stay.
But do you want to tell her the exact threat? Would that not
Yes.
cause her more stress? Would she try to leave and come here now?
Doesn't matter. That's already written, as she deserves to know. Because she trusted him too. And she needs to know, because if by some means or way somebody gets there to the place won't speak of, she needs to know what to look out for.
When you put it like that, that sounds so much smarter.
You start seeing writing appear after, as you've been talking, you realize it's actually been kind of a long pause. As you start seeing writing appear as it says, that is quite sad. He is influential, so that's bad. I miss everyone, especially Asura.
I am her favorite.
Just one more message, and it'll be hopefully we can resolve this danger and be able to see you soon. We're here for you. This time.
And we love you.
And Sora loves you.
We all do. Don't pretend that you don't.
You don't get to write in this book.
I know. But if my name is in it, then I want to at least have some sway in what is being said.
I did. I said Sora loves you.
Says, be careful, be smart, but you wouldn't be you if you didn't do the right thing. Love you, but why does Cithris hate you so much?
I did a good thing at the end there. I did a good thing. I
Yes,
want to
yes.
point
She's
out that
talking
I
to Stoic.
Oh yeah.
That is true. That is true.
She's
Oh
talking
yeah.
to Stoic.
Me and him went back and forth right there at the end.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna leave that alone. Or if
So
the
you're
DM
very
will allow
lucky
it,
that I cannot write in this book. You're very lucky I cannot write in it.
or if the DM will allow it, because I don't know how this works, I will just write a smiley face.
You just
I don't
did the
know how
emoji.
it spells, but
Just sending out
You know.
emojis.
Yep.
yeah, exactly. That's kind of weird, but
Eggplant. Lightning
Hey!
bolt.
keep it clean. What the fuck? You went from like talking to this little kid. No.
Oh, I thought it meant like raging purple energy angry. Yeah?
No.
Like conflict.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what it means. I don't know what you're thinking about.
Yep.
Don't make me pat your head.
You write that, and she does clarify and says he doesn't hate everyone, just Stoic,
Me.
and
Just me.
and sometimes Valen.
Yes. I'm not the only one.
Storm says tie Greenwood's shoes together.
That's option
That is
four.
actually very smart. Yeah, that's option 4.
Good. I feel
That's a
better.
smart option.
I close the book and get up and just kind of slowly walk around everybody, just letting them know that fun is fine and okay.
Good.
As while you, I guess,
As Enthress walks back in,
Yeah, I'm
pours
gonna-
herself some more wine and takes her seat.
before she takes her seat, I'm just gonna walk up to her real quick. Well, I've listened to your story, and I know that it's not really. I know it's not my fault. I know we kind of. You've made your own bed, as in a manner of speaking. Well, somebody else makes your bed for you. But I would like to apologize for calling you out in court. I'm still learning how to speak truth in the correct terms, the correct timing. So, for what it's worth, I apologize for telling the entire court that you sent us to Lessa and may have sped up your timeline. Yeah, sorry about that.
She kind of thinks for a moment, and as she pours the wine into her goblet over it, like the little side table where you walked up to her, and she says, "My gifts of knowing what to say most of the time is not always admirable. And I was playing a dangerous game, but my days are always numbered. I would not change the way you talk or the way you do things for the sake of sparing me of anything. You have nothing to apologize for."
Well, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. And yep, you're a good person.
She kind of smiles at you, and like kind of reaches up and kind of pats your cheek gently and everything, and then walks over and sits back down. So, is your grand strategy formed?
Balls in an epic is.
It's going to be a hard day. He is more powerful than anything you've faced before. And as I said before, Felduna is quite powerful in her own way as well. And you've seen what he's able to conjure. But in my little game, that you were the pieces I put my bets on. And my money is still down.
If we are unable, Octo is a good man. And if you let him know that it was us that joined your side, take out Lord Greenwood, he would back you. I'm worried that if he discovers what you are, he'll mistrust you with good reason. But I think he trusts us. So if for some reason we don't succeed, please seek him out, because this is bigger than us. Greenwood needs to be stopped.
All my appearance of luster and confidence, you have no idea how terrified of this night I was. telling someone else that I don't know as well is a lot to ask. I will consider it for you, but I will at least do whatever I can to protect him. Although my powers will be greatly diminished from the road when hiding.
You told us not to trust you, and frankly, if you are walking us all into a trap, I will sell my soul to whoever wants to take it for the power to brutalize you for all of eternity. Especially if you hurt one hair on any of their heads. And I'm being very honest when I say that. With that, thank you for trusting us.
It's not trust. It's faith.
We're a group that is often short on faith. Each day, though, I am more inclined to believe there is something else going on out there that I don't see.
Though I do admit, she takes another sip of wine. You are also a rather attractive group.
That is true. I would not have stuck around with these boys if they were not as pretty as they all are.
It's always a pleasant change when I can pour on flattery and it's not a lie.
Sarah feels a type of way about it. She does like strong women for a reason.
Nope. Stoic just gets deeper in his book.
If there are no more questions or anything else, you are certainly welcome to sleep here for the night. You will also be protected from any unwanted eyes. Yeah. Until you set off in the morning.
Do you know if Greenwood has the ability to see things not within his eyesight?
Yes.
Do you have means besides this tent to negate that?
Not with me. I did pay to have certain places in Red Feather protected, which also served him at times, and of course my estate back in Lesser. But it was very, very expensive. Such protection is not easy to come by, but it is also a rare skill, so it's often not necessary.
Then I will wake up very early, boys, if we want to say anything while still in confidence here. Because once we leave, we cannot say anything out loud.
Okay.
Bear, I know your concerns. And I feel your concerns. We must be swift and decisive in our action. We cannot back out or second guess our choices.
Yep. But as you have said, Asura, I think you said it, there is a power out there. And so far, they've been on our side. So I will sleep tonight resting in that.
I'm glad that gives you some comfort. And in my head, though, I'm saying like the problem with power is that it's always on the side of whoever is the favorable outcome. Like in my mind, I'm thinking like we've been in power's good graces because we were serving our purpose, but now we are about to serve against the purpose of power. So like in my head, I'm just like reeling with the thought of like whatever powers are out there that have been on our side. If they decide they're not on our side anymore, we're fucked. But I don't say any of it because I don't want to upset Bear. But like Asura is just like reeling with the like, oh shit.
Ah, shit, I do, Bear. I hope you're right, but I disagree.
Okay. That still hurts to hear you say that, but I can understand.
But I will ask, if I remember, you had picked up a bottle of whiskey? Was it wine?
You mean storm breath?
Sir. I think if there was ever a time that all of us needed to drink together, tonight is that night.
I fill up my cup like half with the hot cider, and then I'm just like,
Fill it up all the way.
I don't drink very often because it makes me woozy-headed, but
So you poured us all up?
Enthress kind of Enthress waves her hand and she's like, I bought it for you. It's specifically, and it's wasted on me.
She did buy that for you, didn't she?
she did.
Holy, that's even more like serendipitous.
Well, as she says that, well then, here's your share. And I pour a little bit on the ground. Just a little bit. Not a lot. Just like a...
homie.
Pour one out for the homies.
Yeah.
I mean, she's technically dead undead, so it works.
And my question is like,
Yeah.
she can drink wine, but does she need blood too? Like, where is she on that?
I'm not.
I
going
didn't want to
into that.
ask,
Yeah.
but I
Not going
did
into
want to
that.
know.
The thoughts crossed my mind too.
Only one way
I'm
to know.
100%. I know Stoic said he didn't want me to sleep near him tonight, but I'm very much gonna be like one eye open, just watching Stoic.
To family I didn't know I needed.
To the folly.
For the folly.
Bad plans.
Yes! Get it, Valen. Get it. All right. Well.
To bed we go, for tomorrow we fight a king.
Yep. What's new?
Hey, if we put him there, we can take him down.
Yep.
But it could be king makers and king slayers, yeah.
I want to say something to Enthress privately, but it's really inappropriate, and I don't think I should.
Oh my god. Get that shit over there. Other side of the tent.
I won't.
So she wishes you a good night as you guys, take out your bed rolls and spread out in different places throughout the tent. As
Back those words.
you see, Alton has a little bed roll over on the side too, and he basically make sure you guys are all taken care of, and then he lays down as Enthress just continues to sit in the chair, just kind of staring down at her wine.
That's a vampire.
Probably
Shit.
not. Yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
I am gonna, since Stoic doesn't want me, I'm gonna go over to Easy. I mean, not to Easy, to Valen, and do my normal thing where I like
Okay.
scooch my back up against him and I wrap my tail around his ankle.
That's a whole different level of creepy.
What?
Just her sitting there. The thought of her
Watching
sitting
us?
there, watching us sleep.
Why do you think I said I would sleep
Like-
next to you to keep you safe, Stoic? Why do you think I said
fuck.
it?
I'm extremely uncomfortable, and I am going to pull out my normal mace. No, I'm gonna pull out my normal mace and like sleep with it in my hand, like under my pillow.
I'm gonna cast a minor illusion, just a Stoic, just that only Stoic can see it. And I'll say, I think you need Z's if this makes you feel better. And it's an image of like cow steaks, but they're wooden.
Oh my god! That's the wrong kind of wooden steak.
What, like steaks you eat? But they're made of wood, is that what you're saying?
Oh,
Yep.
no.
Kinesis, yeah. I heard it's
Stoic
good
gets it.
against the vampire, but
After years of study of the undead, Stoic gets it. It's like face palms and rolls over and goes to sleep. But he gets it.
All right, okay, I am gonna go over to Enthress, but I'm not gonna say the dirty thing that I was thinking. I'm gonna say something nice, but I'm thinking the dirty thing.
You walk over to her,
I-
she's like kind of lost in thought and pensive for a moment, and like goes, in a way you've never seen her like
Yeah.
before, but as you walk up, she sort of like rouses up and yes.
And I want to change my eyes to look like hers, as they are right now.
Yeah, it's sort of a dark red kind of wine color.
To be honest, I think your eyes are prettier like this.
Yeah, very kind.
Kind is not the word I've used to describe myself. I try to be honest, and I can recognize beauty.
If you're only being honest, then you're more kind than you think.
Well, in different circumstances, I would request a different evening, but... And I looked at Stoic. My heart is currently engaged.
Such a shame.
That it is.
And you see her eyes sort of like momentarily fall on Valen as he's laying down, and she
Do I
just,
catch her looking at him?
Mhm.
Oh,
As it
okay.
kind of lingers for a moment as she sort of says, "But I wasn't kidding when I said I was meant to be alone."
Aw. Valen, you dick.
I'm hated by everyone. That's all. That's what it is.
yeah, there you go.
Heartbreaker.
There is a good
Hey,
chance I
Valen
could
had 2
still.
girlfriends. Now he's got
I know,
2.
right? Now he's got 0. I still think that way about myself too. But I won't close my heart off to trying anymore. Well, good night. I'm going to protect Valen now. I go and I lay down next to him, and that's when I wrap my tail around his ankle.
So you guys settle in, taking a little bit longer than normal to fall asleep for most of you as you are sort of reeling as your head spins from this whole new perspective on all the things that have happened, on things so far, people not being who you thought they were, multiple people. And the weight of the next day kind of weighing down on you as you eventually do fall into a restless sleep. And eventually you wake up and you see that as you wake up and look around, you see that Enthress and Alton are gone. And easy as you wake up, you see next to you is a scroll with a little note on it that says, "Your breakfast." And that's where we're going to end tonight.
Oh,
What? Oh, buddy.
Oh,
Ooh, buddy.
What?
I'm gonna try to collapse this tent when we get out. I'm just saying. Take that shit with me.
oh.
All right, cool. So I can take a long rest, right? I can take a long rest.
Yes.
Yes, that was a long
Oh my
rest.
gosh.
We're alive.
Oh man, the long
my
rest.
sweet baby was holding on to hopes and prayers.
Yep. Long.
My- I'm actually surprised you didn't like keep somebody up for like watch.
I think all of us are way too
Not
tired.
tonight.
Listen, we are stupid and we trust the person we were explicitly told not to trust.
Yeah.
It's also true.
Not the king.
Has the
We trust
folly
vampire.
not taught? Yeah. Has the folly not taught us anything?
No lessons were learned tonight. Nothing was
If you're
actually.
moderately attractive and kind of nice some of the time, we trust you.
One of you is
No.
what's gonna do it? Like, oh, well, if
Yeah.
Sora doesn't mind, well, I guess we're all right.
Did you just say Vasura doesn't mind? I guess we're all right.
Yeah, you're the most paranoid of the bunch. Like, you don't trust anybody. If Sora trusts her, well,
It's
that's
true.
weird.
But I also did say multiple times that I have a weakness for strong, attractive women.
And again, she's a
My whole-
vampire, and Stoic's like, oh, that's fine. Well, the vampire hating warlock and the most paranoid person on our team is fine with it. I guess we're okay.
Dude, I literally debated when she first revealed that she was a vampire. Like, Stoic was really, really close.
That's why I was like, and claws.
Why do you think she did the oath at the beginning?
Yeah, just to put it in perspective,
Yeah.
I have a new spell that I'm like waiting to reveal, but I can't like shape it, and so it would have hit everybody, and I like Stoic was about to just do it anyway, like, and it probably would have killed some of you.
Sorry.
Yes. Dude,
That,
I was so waiting to see what you would do when she
Yeah,
revealed
that was like
Oh,
it would have been a seriously epic moment, but it would have been like disastrous.
I really want to know what you were gonna cast.
You'll find. I'm sure you'll find out.
we'll
next
find
time.
out eventually.
Yeah, there'll be a fight. I'll pull it out. You'll love it. It's good, but
Oh man.
yeah.
I need to stop thinking very dirty things.
Because that would have been a good story. Like that would have been a good turn of events, but like
Yeah.
that tanked too much stuff. And Stoic has grown
Mhm.
and learned that priests can be evil. Therefore, vampires can be good.
Yeah.
Like you can't have that mentality. So
At least one in a very extraordinary situation, apparently.
Mhm.
I know. Now I'm like, who is this woman with the crystal? And I'm like, I want that crystal. And what's going on?
you're like,
9 times out of 10, anytime you talk about an object, Asura's like, I want that. She doesn't know what it is. She doesn't know what it does. She does not have the magical inclination to be good at using it. She just wants it.
like a toddler.
Yeah,
I want that.
I want that.
Tiny? What? Why does Citrus hate Valen?
Why does Cynthris hate Valen?
Yeah.
Because Cynthris sees Valen as a ladies' man, and he doesn't want him anywhere near Lyric. I mean, that's
Is that really
He's a
it?
Lothario.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you remember his
It
whole
is.
like thing where he's like he starts like
Yeah.
talking about Valen, and then he's like, "Oh wait, on second thought, you should stay away from him. He's really bad news." Like you know, just
you give Cynthris way too much credit. He's not that deep of a character in terms of why he hates someone.
No, I remember why he
Pretty
hates
surface level.
Well, but he hates Stoic for a very like deep and like
Well,
earned reason.
I would,
But it was
like,
also
didn't I-
surface. They were dicks to each other, and therefore
Yeah.
they don't like each other.
Yeah,
Yeah,
didn't
that's
I
also
call
why-
him out on something? I was like, "You're the evil one" or some shit. Like, I
After
there
he
was
saved
definitely-
their asses like 15 times, yeah, I'd be a little pissed too.
yeah, and I was like, "Fuck you! You don't do nothing.
yep.
We don't need you."
That's also why she said Cithras hates Valen sometimes.
Yeah,
That, yeah.
And
this
when
is
he
true.
thinks about Lyric, and he goes, "Oh no, stay away from her."
Uh-huh. I just like how we got like J.J. Abrams tonight. Like we got all this stuff, and then we have more questions than we actually came in with now
true.
than we did before.
Very true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like honestly, I have so many more questions now that I know something.
Mhm.
I'm like,
Mhm.
but wait, like I also didn't ask who the benefactor was. I'm guessing that's either Greenwood or that other guy, but like the benefactor was always this like nameless entity.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Yeah.
Just
My conspiracy board is about to get bigger. I literally have a conspiracy board in our like shared document notes system of just like lines connecting people to other people. Like that person knew that person, and that person knew that person, and that person introduced us to that person, and they were there. And this is the
Are you Charlie Day in the?
I was.
Happy Sylvia.
I was.
Happy Sylvia.
You realize, like, in Doug's entire retelling of our story, Octo. That's it. That was the only good guy. Every single person we've interacted with has been working for Greenwood.
With the exception
Not
of the third party that she didn't know who it was.
Yes,
Who-
which is the one that Stoic wanted to kill too. The director, I was like, "Fuck
But that-
bitch. I don't trust her."
that for me anyway makes me think that Hadressa is 100% a good guy, or
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
least
Yeah, it
a
made me
not bad
rethink
guy.
it.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, same.
So yeah, so Hadressa and Octo are the only, but still, two people. We've interacted with two people that weren't like part of this huge. Holy shit!
yep.
we've been in the middle of a really dangerous web, and we were all like, we know there's a bad entity somewhere out there.
Yeah.
And we were like in the dead middle of the web while it's literally like spinning us around. We're like, it's out there somewhere.
But to our credit, we have killed every spider they've sent our way. Like we have, like we may be caught in the web, but they can't kill us. They have
Yeah.
tried several times, but they cannot
it's-
kill
Because
us.
we are dumb enough to go, oh shit. and
Don't
put
bet the
something
DM,
down.
yeah.
Oh no!
Oh man, my brain
Heavy,
hurts.
heavy stuff.
This will be interesting because, like,
Yeah.
I thought we like crescendoed on the boss battle, and then we were gonna like ride it for a little bit before spiking back up towards another big bad. It's like, no, same fucking day.
Yep. 24 hours. 24 hours.
This is why when you fought Belladonna and we're like, oh, it's the end of Arc 1. And I was like,
Yeah. Yeah.
so.
Oh lordy.
Oh,
Doug,
man.
I swear to God.
Yeah. Well
Yeah.
played.
I love
sir.
you and I
Well
hate you. How dare you build this?
Yep.
How dare you build this?
Pretty much.
Dude, I've been waiting for this for a year and a half. Like, this conversation. Like, this conversation specifically, I've been like writing and working on for a year and a half. Like,
that's
It,
Just like building this recap she was going to give you of like, you know what, here's what you did, and here's how everybody reacted, and why it happened the way it did. The stuff you didn't understand at the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
It wasn't until Greenwood became king, I was like, wait a second. Every time something goes wrong, Greenwood is involved, and he gets more powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's the guy. He's the guy. Like, oh, I'm just gonna be here. I'm the king. Oh, what a coincidence.
Yeah.
I got chastised as a player because like Doug had made the comment as Enthress, and I was like, caught it. She knew something. I was like, yes, I know he drops clues and I never see him. I finally caught one. Like, you're the bad guy. I caught it. And then like I was half right, but then it turns out that bad guy is actually the good guy, and like then I get a whole list of like, here's all the shit you didn't catch, and I'm like, fuck.
It was a very this is what you missed on Glee moment, and I didn't like it.
No, I didn't either, because I was like, because I know if we rewatch the episodes, Doug like, here's a hint, here's a clue. And we're just like,
Yeah. Oh, we totally trust you. Basically,
there were so many like close calls too. It was like like I said, dude, that's Zone of Truth back at like episode 2. I was like, uh-oh. Like this is the hidden secret big bad. Like, uh-oh.
And we just
Like,
ignored him
luckily-
completely. Fuck it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Luckily Felduna had a spell. So
Uh-oh.
all right. So I guess we can let everybody go.
Yep.
So thank you very much for joining us on this crazy big reveal episode. We will be back next week to continue on as they go forward to eventually face Lord Greenwood, who we now know as the Necromancer.
Yeah.
We will see you guys next week. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.